Hi everyone, today we'll be going over the specific changes of the new motor glider. Let's check it out. First, the new motor glider comes with pitch assistance. What this means is that during takeoff, once you reach a certain speed, it will automatically climb and achieve liftoff. Once airborne, tap to accelerate and slide the wheel back at the same time to travel along the ground. Next, let go of the throttle during flight and the glider will maintain its altitude while gradually reducing its speed to 60 km per hour and engage autopilot. Sliding the wheel forward during flight will cause the glider to pitch up and ascend, and sliding the wheel back during flight gradually pitches the glider downward to approach the ground. Furthermore, when turning left and right during flight, the glider will level itself off. The body of the glider and camera angle will tilt for greater immersion. The view of the ground has also been upgraded to better help players observe their surroundings while turning. Let go to stop turning, and the glider will stabilize on its own. As for landing, after descending to a certain altitude, the glider will disengage autopilot to help you slow down and land. Lastly, if we keep pitching the nose up, the glider will end up upside down. Flying upside down will cause the glider to enter an automatic descent, making it much harder to control. It's a real test of skill. So, the new motor glider is now easier to control for better playability, with greatly improved user experience. We're sure you'll have a great time with the new motor glider. That's all for now. See you next time.
Wow, what a lively sky treasure ship! So many lights and people.
Yeah, every shop is full of color. Let's look around.
Welcome to the Golden Moon Cloud Market. Haha!
You can light the ship's magic lamp each day to get paradise tokens. During certain periods, there will also be a lucky box drop. The Sky Treasure Ship contains loads of great gifts. Come peruse the various stores and go home with your bags full.
When completing various adventures in Sky High Spectacle, don't forget to head to the Treasure Emporium for the Golden Moon Paradise Crate, as well as tons of Paradise tokens that await you.
Join a new round of popularity battle. Work together with your friends to unlock the 1001 Nights lobby theme, moonlight background, and other great Golden Moon gifts.
Happy 6th anniversary! Here! Not only can you revisit your past year's game data, you can also play a 6th anniversary exclusive target shooting minigame. Head to World of Wonder to check it out. While playing, you can redeem the 6th anniversary theme song as well, the Palace Musician set for free. Awesome!
Choose your exploration path onto the Sky High Spectacle Nimbus Islands. Collect your discoveries as you go. Spend more Paradise tokens to aid you in your treasure hunt.
What's this?
Wow! A secret shop!
During the event, purchase items recommended by the genie at discounted prices. You'll also receive additional surprise gifts.
Huge discounts up to 80% off. Come have a look.
What are you waiting for?
Hi everyone! After the last video, I'm sure you already have a basic understanding of the game. Survival, competition, social interaction, and easy-to-pick-up controls, these are what sets PUBG Mobile apart. First, as a battle royale game, survival is of utmost importance. There are multiple maps to play on, and each map is unique. Players can come up with different survival strategies for each map. Besides the blue zone mechanics, this is a completely open battleground. It's free of restrictions. Use your imagination to eliminate enemies and become the last one standing. Combat is also one of the core traits of PUBG Mobile. We have all kinds of weapons available. These weapons let players battle in any environment. You can be a sniper or storm the front lines with an assault rifle or shotgun. Furthermore, there are also protective gear, consumables, items, vehicles, and more. The comprehensive supplies available ensure a fulfilling combat experience. Our game has multiplayer modes with teams where you can invite friends to play together. Enjoy the thrill of PvP battles. Come up with strategies with teammates, find items for each other, and take up complementary positions. Try to make it to the end together. You can also go at it alone and carry yourself to victory. Lastly, we also have some simple tutorials for beginners in the game. There are no prerequisites, and they're super short. Learn how to play in a flash. We're still planning to release more guides detailing all kinds of neat tips and tricks to help players quickly familiarize with the game. Becoming a skilled PUBG Mobile player is super simple. Boot up the game and play now.
IQOO.
Hello everyone, welcome to the 2024 PMSL SEA Summer Week 3, Day 3. And now I'm here with Sita XX from VOIN Donkey. Hello? Hello. Okay. Your team needs to make it into Super Sunday this week in order to secure a spot of Grand Final. Is there anything that you feel your team need to improve?
Oke, buat Super Sunday itu harga mati lah buat pasukan VOIN karena kalau mau lolos ke Grand Final harus lepas Super Sunday dulu. Dari Zeta sendiri, apa yang harus diperbaiki oleh pasukan VOIN Donkey ini?
Mungkin kalau dari tim VOIN harus diperbaikinya mungkin dari kita ya, comms-nya, tektokannya sama eksekusinya mungkin masih kurang.
I think the most important part that we need to improve in order for us to qualify to Super Sunday is the communication, because I think we still lack of communication and the way that we execute our strategy.
Okay, communication is important. What do you think about your performance so far?
Bagaimanakah performa seorang Zeta sejauh ini?
Ya masih di bawah standar.
I think it's still below the standard. I expect more, but then it's still far beyond performing.
Okay. If you think like a percentage, how about your percentage?
Berapa persentasenya performa kamu sejauh ini?
Ya 50%.
Still 50%.
Oh really?
Yeah, still 50%.
Okay, hope more. There is high chance to your team go to proceed to the grand final. Is there any team that you hope can proceed to the final too?
Oke, chances buat ke grand final buat pasukan VOIN itu masih ada. Ada nggak tim-tim lain yang kamu juga berharap mereka lolos ke grand final? Kalau ada, apa yang kamu mau sampaikan kepada mereka?
Ya yang pastinya seluruh tim Indonesia harus lolos biar kayak di spring kemarin kan. Seluruh tim Indonesia lolos. Ya semoga VOIN juga bisa lolos nyusul kalian.
Of course, I want all Indonesian team qualify to the grand finals. Same like last season, all of us qualify to the grand final, and I hope my team can follow you guys and meet you guys at the grand final as well.
Okay, please give like any words to cheer up them.
Kata-kata semangat buat tim-tim Indonesia.
#dominasi.
#dominating.
Oh, #dominating.
Yeah.
Thank you for Noki Sita XA to join us for the interview. And now it's time for our first game. Let's go to the casters.
And welcome to PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia. It's Contra here joining you today alongside with Choo, and we have an important round of matches lined up for you today.
And speaking of which, it's going to be the last chance for these teams to get themselves into Super Sunday, especially when the teams that never been into Super Sunday before. We're talking about the teams that will be competing here today, which is going to be Group A versus Group B. But a lot of Group C didn't make it through because it's down to probably last chance stage on Saturday for them.
That's right, and it seems like there's definitely a lot of teams that have struggled throughout these group runs, and today they really have to make do of the best possible outcome, or else, it's just going to be another grueling run through these last chance qualifiers before they even make it into the Super Sunday. And today we're having all the battles happening between Group A versus Group B.
Now, I talked with XERXIA yesterday. I don't know about your opinion so far, but when it comes to the grouping, who do you think, which group do you think is going to be a group of death when it comes to the final week here?
It's really tough to tell. It really seems like some of the players coming in from Group A looks pretty stacked up, including some of these names coming from Group B, which I still think that there's still a little bit of leeway for them to be able to really squeeze a few more in. So honestly, I'm just hoping to see somebody to be able to rise to the occasion, because some of these teams, they have not made it into the Super Sunday at all, and that's the only chance that they could basically get.
True, and one of them will be GEEK fam, which are going to be playing here today, but unfortunately starting off today for their last day with only 5 points. And same goes for the side of Roy done yesterday, and yeah, it's better to say nothing when you have nothing good to say.
Yeah, time to time we'll leave it as that. But of course, you fans can give them all the support that's necessary for them to advance forward. So, speaking of which, like some of the teams right now are still in a really comfortable position despite, they need a few more positioning improvements in order to move up the block. We're still looking for that top 8 team to basically pull through. And now that with Group C being done and dusted through the group stages, I think that certain teams are absolutely in trouble, especially when you did mention early on before the show, NKT. This is a team that really needs to pull through. So I wonder, what are the chances that other teams are not going to be able to overtake them? But most likely not, that's going to happen. But these are our participating teams for the tournament.
Yeah, we will be having Alter Ego, Vampires, Talon, MKT, Crew, VIP Team, Secret, YOODO to NRQ. They done their run yesterday. It's down to last chance stage or straight towards the Super Sunday. And we talked about Group A versus Group B here, which we do have the comparison between YOODO Alliance and BOOM.
Yeah, and I just love these stats coming in from these two teams, as we can definitely tell that BOOM has been ultra aggressive on their approach to get high elimination points and also scoring a high average as well. YOODO Alliance have definitely seen improvements heading into week 2, and now in week 3 they are looking good as well, as these teams are on the rise, where we both pair both Luke and Convent.
Now, yesterday has been a great clutch between these two players because they both come out from Group B. YOODO Alliance Luke pretty much did so much damage by himself when it comes to getting the numbers up in the very last minute, second half of the day, and he's got himself chicken dinner as well yesterday for YOODO Alliance. On the side of BOOM, now we don't see a lot of Yummy May, but yesterday has been a lot of Pombit play. Pombit plays with his hand grenades as well as taking all those eliminations, but when it comes to average damage, still more to the side of Luke. We have a bit of a replay what they actually did yesterday between these two players.
That's right, and there's just so much of a commotion happening inside of the rounds in Erangel, and YOODO Alliance have definitely stacked up quite a lot of points due to their perfect position by the corners of Milta to be able to just take the perfect view against everybody else to really close off the round with astounding numbers.
When it comes to BOOM Esports, well, when it was the first half of the day yesterday of their first day, when it comes to week number 3 coming up from Group B, they were a bit quiet until the couple of maps that's remaining, which was Miramar. We can see they're comfortably taking a lot of eliminations plus some chickens when it comes to I forgot that they actually scored chicken yesterday, but definitely they did a big run when it comes to just down to the Miramar map. They don't really actually excel that much. They're still up there somewhere when it comes to Erangel. Yes, they scored a chicken yesterday when it comes to second last Miramar map, but Alter Ego is the one that actually dominated over Erangel for the Indonesian side.
Yeah, and overall, coming into most parts of the matches inside of Miramar, I think that will definitely have showed that tenacity to also pull through. And to also keep you guys up to speed, these are our overall rankings at the moment. We do expect a lot of changes to happen, as majority of those in the top 5 belong to Group C. Therefore, their points will remain unchanged, whereas the ones in Group B, which we can basically see, YOODO Alliance is definitely going to be moving all the way up there, but who's going to be joining along the ranks as well? It's definitely for us to find out in moments time.
It's going to be 100% for Alter Ego, Talon and Vampires to go straight towards the Super Sunday. Now RRQ, they might be a bit shaky up there despite they finish off their 12th run of maps. And we also noted about Team Secret. We did mention previously or prior to this week or in the second week, 85 points is going to be a safety mark for the team to have 100% assurance going into straight to Super Sunday. The rest of them, despite they got themselves at the very bottom, we're talking about GEEK, Fam and VOIN, which hardly scores more than, which hardly scores the same amount of the other teams out there, in the 20s or at least in the 30s. They still have to be at their best performance because they will carry forward the points for the last chance stage later.
True enough, and overall, this is definitely worrying signs, especially when we look at GEEK Fam heading to this week. They only got 5 points in total. Meanwhile, Roy, if they do really figure things out, who knows, they might be able to just find a miraculous run to get that direct qualification into the Super Sunday. But overall, I don't really fancy their chances going into this. It really feels like some of the teams just really have to find their way through that last chance qualification once again.
Well, speaking of qualification or not, the teams that will not even see the grand finals at this point. I hate to break the news, but Team Secret, Roy Esports, GEEK Fam, Crate VIP, TODAK, YOODO to never been to any Super Sunday. Now, for this, in the hands of GEEK Fam, they still can make a comeback here today. If they can finally score himself for the Super Sunday. Same goes for Roy, which can be tough, but still doable. But there's a lot of conditions have to be met up there. One of it is going to be they have to start performing since the first map here. They have to make sure they got themselves at least 10 points minimum throughout the entire day, or nothing less than 10 points per map.
Yeah, and it's going to be really important for them to do so. Some of these teams should be looking pretty on form to be able to get by. But we look at also teams that are currently stuck into Group C, which other teams that are playing for today can actually look at that as a benchmark, where we have teams like Crit VIP, who's currently sitting on 11 with only 42 points. This is definitely something that they really want to at least hit a certain mark. Let's hit 42 first and then look for even more. Now let's go to predictions, Choo, because we got some interesting picks on our side. I think that Boom as well as YOODO Alliance definitely have been looking really good. And with the amount of points coming in from the side of YOODO Alliance, I want to see them actually make it for that first Super Sunday.
I think that this might be some typo down there because YOODO is not playing for the side of Control, but I think YOODO Alliance is actually a good pick, and Boom as well. But for me, I do want to see GEEK Fam and Roy at least score himself chicken here for the entirety of the tournament. They haven't scored any here today, and not just today, the entire week, the previous week, even week number 1, not even once in any stage at all. Another note that I want to mention is going to be the Xaviers. Now, when it comes to the overall league rankings for the grand finals, the head start point will be 30 points, and the Xaviers definitely want to maintain their statue up there. They cannot afford to lose this Super Sunday.
They really can't afford to do so. And we're going to be moving into our map real quick in moments time too. And this is where these teams will have to look super sharp heading into our Friday run. So let's get into our first match of PMSL on the beautiful Friday.
It's Friday, everybody. Yes, and we love Fridays because it means that tomorrow will be the weekend, but not so much for the players because it means there's not going to be off day for some of the teams that have to grind it more for last chance stage tomorrow. And also means it's going to be the last Super Sunday for the entirety of the league here. Whoever not make it into this last Super Sunday is going to be crucial. It will be detrimental even. But we do have a very interesting flight path. Just favors the smaller islands than the big ones. Now, if the circle just happened to be on top of Cow, where we had it yesterday, Contra, it was remarkably a big mess.
Yeah, it definitely is a big mess. And now, even with this type of flight path, we might even see certain teams to be coming close to each other to get into the mainland. But looks to me that things are going to be a little bit clear. But Roy, they're currently in between PIGMY as well as 7-9. You gotta be really careful wherever they maneuver because that's gonna be a tough choke point for them to cut across. Now, let's see what's gonna be the first phase of the circle that will be appearing on the map. Meanwhile, as we take a look at that, Lambo as well as the members of DX have always shown that they are definitely very, very well versed when it comes down to our map of Sanok.
Ooh, Painan Circle possibly, and maybe even, who knows, Corey or even Bantai. It depends on the next few stages. But speaking of which, I just want to recap regarding our interview early on for VOIN Donkey Zeta. Just now was being interviewed by Miss Bo, our stage host. I would be worried if I'm actually in VOIN Donkey's shoes, because right now when it comes to league standing, they are pretty much at number 16. Now we do know when it comes to league point standing is super important, because whoever don't make it up to the 16th place, they will not be qualified towards the grand final. So on the side of VOIN Donkey, it's crucial. It's so important for them to make it through this Super Sunday.
It's super, super important for them to do so. And I love that on the side, we're also getting their current positioning to actually give a better picture onto teams who are not playing as well. So right now, look at VOIN Donkey. I think that they would still be able to make it pass through. All it really takes is a consistent run throughout all the course of the maps for today, and they should be looking fine. Meanwhile, the team that's currently on fire in terms of their performance in the forum has to be YOODO Alliance from their massive haul from yesterday, or should I say some days before. So far, with 59 points, they are looking pretty solid at the top, so it shouldn't be too much of a hassle for them to qualify. But for teams that we have definitely worried for are the teams that are somewhere in the middle of the pack right now. Other than VOIN Donkey, we're also looking at MORPH as well as Sam9 to still need to get a lot more stack of points to make it true.
Now, speaking of points, don't forget, top 8 will go advance straight into Super Sunday, and the magical number is around 40s, but also YOODO Alliance, I think they probably will get into Super Sunday anyhow, based on how many maps they still have remaining that they can actually play, and they are the best team that put up quite a performance across the entirety of Group B. And speaking of Group B, I think they are the group of death for the entire week number 3 here. And YOODO Alliance, if they just consistently getting themselves like around just 5 points or 7 to 10 points for average of each map and each round, they're going to be a-okay. But TODAK, on the other hand, they have to make sure they can get that comfort zone and not be overtaken by the teams down there.
Yeah, and they just really have to pull at least 70 over points for today in order to make it safely, as of course certain other squads are not going to be participating for today, coming in from Group C. Now the Infinity definitely is in an interesting spot, because they are also somewhere along that borderline of 16 right now. They cannot really afford to drop rounds with 0 points at all. This is going to be safe for them to journey their way through from the north point of Cow, but it's definitely a long journey heading into the south side. Meanwhile, Team Flash, I think they've been outstanding throughout the course of the tournament. Another run into the Super Sunday looking very likely, but last week they didn't really gain any massive pointers out of their run in Super Sunday. So when they do qualify, they need to still stack up a whole lot more. But we've seen some improvements coming from the squad, as the rest of FaZe Clan are definitely going to be looking for another chance heading into the weekend runs.
For Team Flash, I personally feel like as long as they got himself in the last Super Sunday, it's basically very simple when it comes to the formula. Whoever will qualify to the grand finals, as long as they got himself all 3 Super Sundays in, regardless of how many points they actually managed to gain throughout the Super Sunday, they will go into the grand finals. That's going to be one of the best formula right now. But BTR, spot out Mormon, down to only 40%. HP almost knocked down, and it's down by Sata on the other side.
So beautifully executed by Luxy as well, just holding through these high elevated hills. There's no way that Mormon makes it out. Live FaZe Clan starting off this round with a deficit. Now this mid-sector of the map has definitely looked to be pretty tough for them to cut by as the rest of FaZe Clan try to maneuver their way through, but there is still going to be more right underneath their noses, or should I say over the hill, and Taurus just doing his scouting duty for the time being. But as of now, it's not as explosive as it seems coming into stage 1.
Just first contact made and nothing else is happening other than waiting for the second stage to commence, with Infinity taking the blue zone, making a bit of a later rotation, knowing the fact that might actually, if I'm not mistaken, they love to drop himself right on the northern side of Paradise Resort. I don't know where they dropped just now, I forgot about it, so sorry guys. But the sort of Team Flash, the team that we just mentioned just now, if they happen to be crashed into VOIN Donkey, now VOIN Donkey is not safe either. They need to make sure they go straight into Super Sunday. There's going to be 100% assurance for them to get into the grand finals if they can secure this Super Sunday. But we also talked about Team Flash. They needed this as much too, but not as crucial it will be for VOIN Donkey.
Yeah, for VOIN Donkey, we do expect them to play it maybe a little bit safer heading into these early rounds, and then look for some opportunities heading into the middle stage of the game. BTR is doing a lot of due diligence to also scout around, and they've managed to also get themselves an early P90 from the crate that just fell perfectly into place. So the area of Bond is definitely going to be cut off. There's not going to be any point contest, but looking at Pi9 to be their center point of where the action is going to be later on. So BTR, they're going to be looking to take control of this hillside until they are forced to maneuver away. But for the Infinity, they got a long journey still moving in from Paradise Resort.
Now PIGMY, well, they're going to be okay. PIGMY is also one of the teams that just made it through one time. That's going to be week number 2 Super Sunday. And not really, they actually go through both Super Sundays. The one that they should go... The teams are actually desperate enough to get into this Super Sunday. The last Super Sunday is going to be PA, VOIN Donkey and KT MORPH, because they only got it once. But speaking of YOODO Alliance, Leon seems to be on his knees. TODAK, there has been on the rise for the side of TODAK since yesterday as well.
Yeah, so far it's been impeccable, especially on how Iftar has been doing so far. Leading the pack, and this is going to be a close quarter combat coming in from the side of Infinity Esports, looking to pick off targets coming in from MORPH. Meanwhile, Penny finds a member out of the slot of MORPH ID as well. Billbot immediately gets picked off. Moment he tries to go in for a peek, and now PIGMY is in a little bit of predicament, unable to actually launch a push, and YOODO lands. What happened to them? TODAK just obliterated them off the map.
I didn't expect TODAK to be this aggressive, maybe because of Boom presence seems to be passing by and just passing through the two teams seem to be fighting each other just now. And Boom might actually take the advantage of side of TODAK. One man lost, but we are hopping into MORPH versus PIGMY. MORPH and PIGMY pretty much in the same boat right now.
Yeah, pretty much stuck, especially with some coverage coming in from the side of BIGETRON Red Villains. There's really not many space for them to actually maneuver around. Satar tries to go in for a little bit more of a push to pressurize MORPH, and it seems like Henny from somewhere over the hill has been able to spot them out. And there's just nowhere safe for MORPH at all. Hazel is expected to just hold the line inside the shack because he's all alone. There's nothing that he can basically do to help his teammates at all.
Flippy will be sacrificed down there. I agree, there's no room for them to actually save him. They have to save themselves first. TODAK lends down to probably the last player of TODAK right now, or maybe not. TODAK still have another player in, but here comes the nade. Razy yesterday has been spectacular when it comes to his performance, phenomenal indeed. But for Razy, he been knocked down by that second last member, Lynx, but Yummy May just give him some cover fires. That's gonna be the last of TODAK. They have to. There's still one more player though.
Yeah, there's one more, but what a nade that was! He primed it through the window pane to bounce it against Pondbit here, or should I say Razy. My Lynx was forced to make another advancement, and the moment he stepped out, there was somebody waiting on top of caves to pick him up. But beautiful execution, even better coming from Boom, looking to be absolutely clean so far, taking down Tree. A lot of action here coming into the caves, but we go back into the corners of the areas of the outskirts of Pineapple, to be specific. It's nameless. I was struggling to pull out the name. But BTR, they've been looking to be going for a massive haul. Already getting 2 points. Looking for a whole lot more PEA. They just finally made it into the area of play, but for the rest of MORPH, they're only down to 2, and they're so separated. Where's Hulk? Okay. Guess he won't be able to do much if his teammate Hazel is getting pushed, but for now, they will be able to take control of this area and hopefully squeeze into the late stage of the game because the circle's upon them.
I don't blame Hulk and MORPH players seems to be separated. He's trying to clean up the last member of PIGMY just now, trying to make sure they won't be backstabbed later on. But due to the circle, now we saw the circle in a glimpse just seconds ago. That's definitely one of the rare circles we haven't seen in a Sanok map yet for PMSL. There's a lot of choke points when it comes to the bridge, but Iftar, he's prepared himself, he just prematurely opened fire just now, giving away his position. He couldn't make it through. If he didn't give away his position just now, he might actually have a chance to have at least one more eliminations. But on the side of Boom from afar, GEEK fam seems to be having just a tiny bit of a window to shoot them through.
Yeah, he could have actually picked up another point or two even if he did manage to just hold down a little bit more patiently, but what's done is done. TODAK starts off with 4 points. Still looking very good so far when they are going for such an aggressive push coming into these early game. Boom so far, clean with 4. Whereas it's a lockdown situation between Flash as well as BTR separated by the kills. VOIN Donkey now joins the fray as well. Wonder how much information have they actually gathered here. They can actually go in as a third party in this challenge, but definitely is going to be a little bit difficult as they try to drive through this UAZ. Already getting shots being fired from the side of Bootcamp and as well as Satar. Managing to make an escape for now, but Kenny's going to be able to find even more for Sem9. Now towards the side of Infinity. Seems like they're just going to be able to hold by the outskirts here. They need to get into the circle, and this is definitely going to be an uphill battle against the rest of DX as well. Being swarmed from all corners as Slambo tries to connect the shots, not finding anything at all. Needing to pull off a good defense overall.
But I have to say, pretty solid defense from inside of these Xaviers at forcing Infinity to reposition themselves despite they got the elevations before. But Lamborghini now in action, going with another flanker from the sides. But when it comes to the circuit, it will shrink even further. It's going to be a heck of a choke point, 2 choke points with the Velsmore Bridge and the bridge on top of Camp Charlie. But on the side of Infinity, they have to pass through these Xaviers if they want to just get into the circle. But they can just rotate down south and get another entry and just gate him from the inner side.
Yeah, and that's what they have been doing right now. And seems like on the field, we are seeing Roy getting a whole lot of points against Team Flash. A little bit of a good run so far from the side of them, but it's going to be XERXIA holding it indoors, finding one. RNJ already popped through his smoke, and it's going to be hard for the rest of the VOIN Donkey to push through. Now they're looking for an opening while PIGMY's going to be on the outskirts as well. XERXIA has some nades to pop in. If anything happens, Rocky trying to go in for the exchange, but he could not find anything at all. Zeta getting popped, and it's only down to a few members left.
Down to only one last player. Rocky did fought valiantly, but unfortunately couldn't make it through. Outnumbered, overwhelming. Xerxia's team is surrounding him left, right, center, but there's no break for Xerxia at all. We're coming in with another team. BTR trying to flush them out. RNJ's on his knees. Another nade will clip them through. Didn't actually connect, but finish off Mega Mind down to a Z. And also one of his another member to just hold their grounds there. But how to do so? Look at the nades tossed by the side of BTR. The pressure is real.
Yeah, and they're definitely looking to crack open the case right now. Retaliates, brings out the DPS, but shots from the top! Oh, Satar, he managed to get all the way up there. And the rest of XERXIA, they're all cornered up. They're forced to run, ring around the rosy inside the city of Hainan. And Satar is just leading the fray. Big nades once again coming in from the side of BTR. Trying to catch Lobby. He knows where he's at. But they've got to be careful as well. As are approaching. Satar finds one. Have his back turned. Lobby goes in for a trade.
They need to wrap things fast for Xerxia's and BTR because these Xavier seems to be interested with a crosshair just eyeing up this angle. But Lobby X, he will fight and he will make it difficult, but it's still not going to be enough. Numbers do matter when it comes to manpower on the side of Xerxia, unfortunately, but at least he didn't go empty-handed this time. But when it comes to the top two teams at 6 and 7 placement in the overall rankings, YOODO Alliance and TODAK has been finished off. But BTR, this is going to be the reset and this is going to be the opportunity for them to take their solid placement later in overall rankings.
Yeah, and BTR definitely executed that so perfectly, although of course a little bit more of the hiccups when it comes down to knocks unavoidable. But their aggressive push when they knew that there was a team that was fighting XERXIA early on, they immediately pounced upon that target. Right now, PA right outside the zone, trying to squeeze through, but the rest of Roy is just blocking their passage. There's just no opening that they've managed to cut through. Roy, really when he sets foot in, gets spotted out. Quick run coming in from the side of Valak to be able to secure that.
On the side of Roy and PA, they're both having the same idea when it comes to the objective for the day. They're going to play it safe, going to play it late, but both teams will clash either way. On the side of PA, that's going to be Blaze, the last player standing. But Noah will not let him flee and pass by because right now, Roy, they need to deal with PA before they get into another fight, which is going to be 7-9 approaching from the west side.
7-9 so far, starting off really, really strong. Still having a full squad in their hand. Blaze left out all alone, managing to make it out of the rut. Still have the zone to play for. But he is unable to make any form of advancement from that position. He will just have to turtle in for now. Meanwhile, 7-9 has heard all these gun barrel shots, but unable to actually spot the rest of Roy just yet. Now prodding some grenades as the rest of 7-9 is pushing through.
7-9 giving some warning shots and a couple of nades just to make sure that they try out their luck with random toss coming out onto the side of Roy. Noah already prepped himself with the DBS coming up from 7-9 PEA. Finish off Roy Noah. At the same time, that's going to be a big win for the side of 7-9 thanks to Blaze just now got finished off also at the same time as his team, as his enemy just now, which was Roy, but Boom will be the next contender against 7-9. Everybody wants to be on top of the hill due to the elevations that's right in the center of the circle.
Yeah, and they really have to fight for it. Boom as well as 7-9. This is the fight that we're looking forward to. Just long tosses of the nade so far, as there's not going to be angles towards Pondbit or even Kenny as. Meanwhile, Shadow coming in from afar challenges the rest of FaZe Clan. The Taurus is already down. Pondbit is not going to be able to find anything with those nades. And it really seems like Boom is just gatekeeping the rest of 7-9 from approaching this. They know that there's not much areas of coverage left for the side of 7-9 for the time being. Lots of definitely it's now being thrown at the side of 7-9 once again. Pondbit putting up the pressure, but the full squad is right in front of him, so he has to hold it down, unable to do so, as the rest of Boom will falter with 8 points acquired.
8 eliminations plus placement points. That's going to be double digit when it comes to total points for the side of Boom. Now, despite they quite early for elimination, but FaZe Clan, Kenny, how did he know how to pick out 6 out of 6 eliminations just by Kenny himself? I mean, I always want to see if you are actually the one heavy carry. I have to agree with Cloud with this one. Definitely Dap and Kenny do live up to their names as well and actually carry out the weight they've been put onto as their responsibility. But PEA Blaze going against Infinity with 4 of them still alive, that's going to be tough and rough. But down to only 5 teams here, Contra.
Yeah, that's some important points though for PEA. They stash about 5 and hitting into the top 6. They do add some placement points on top of that. So it's been a really good round for the Malaysian squad. Meanwhile, Mela could not even hide from the gaze of Luyu. What a shot coming in from up the top. And also looking to pick up members aside of the Savior as well. The rest of the Infinity looking healthy and strong, and 7-9 wants to attest to that. They're still looking for an opening here as they do see members of Infinity running across, hiding right behind a rock as a safe measure for now. And Tiger X runs into the open, will be picked off by Yuhai.
Yuhai trying to find his target across the other side with very, very little room to play with. Just to sneak through his bullets across the other side of a map. 7-9 Dap on the other hand playing around the slope, trying to give pressure, shutting down on Infinity. That's going to be TODAK reposition himself. Fired back by TODAK. What a crispy spray down there. Back towards the side of 7, and they have high chance of possibility winning this chicken dinner. They will not leave it by, but GEEK Fam has been taking the strongest compound despite it's slightly on the lower grounds, but they do have those 4 walls to barricade themselves. 7-9 will try to push in, but Yuhai put a stop as Audrey and Aizen that just finished his entrance into that side. TODAK coming up from behind the last member of Infinity, while GEEK Fam, the moment they try to pick out, it's going to be a sharpshooter, Damroot, taking them down.
A beautiful nade now tossed right in as it will suppress Audrey. That could have actually clipped over onto the side of Tourney. 7-9, they were too focused onto the launch of attacks against the Infinity, but they forgot about GEEK Fam from right below. And now it's down to the Savior and GEEK Fam.
The Xavier's 6 hand grenades left with most players still alive on their side. GEEK Fam is going to be 2v3. They open up the angles there in a spread for the Xaviers, forcing GEEK Fam to come out from the hiding spot. They can get themselves a couple of buildings around there. The small shacks will be available for them to actually take covers. But Parajin going on for the flank side, trying to scout out for Aizen. And Parajin might actually visualize on Damroot if he can actually just find himself a good angle. But it's just not gonna happen for now, and the blue zone will start to close up. There will be no more circles. 3 seconds to go with lesser and lesser resources for these teams. It's down to who's first.
Indeed, and GEEK Fam, they're still inside the shack though. They will be pressured to move into the center of the map. They don't really have smokes to utilize, so they have to take this fight by hook or by crook. Now comes Shadow pushing through, looking for that grenade through the door. Not gonna be able to find it though. Does know that there is one inside of the closest hut. Aizen will try to draw blood by his own as he's getting pretty much wrapped around. Damroot still finds one, and now the odds have been evened up. 2 versus 2.
Oh, Damroot, he shot first with the shotgun. The DBS didn't work out right, and it's gonna be GEEK Fam. It was down to 1v1. What a close match between those two. It's down to 50-50 till the end, but GEEK Fam, they're desperate enough and they push themselves beyond the limit. This is their best performance. They drop the entire league and their first ever chicken dinner. Congratulations, GEEK Fam.
They've finally done it in the most important round so far. And they're definitely looking for that morale boost from this win onwards to propel themselves into that Super Sunday run. What an incredible performance coming in from all the teams out there, but GEEK Fam, they were outnumbered but never outgunned.
I have to say, this is what we hope for early stage of the tournament. Now will be a bit too late. We're gonna have to wait and see how much can they score for the rest of the day. With Damroot, he got himself the most eliminations across all the 4 players of GEEK Fam, but when it comes to damage, you have to give it to Aizen.
Yeah, so far he's been doing impeccable work, especially on his launch of attacks against some of the members of 7-9 alongside with Audrey, and it's been pretty much crucial for them to really hold that final town in order to secure that chicken dinner. And that opening that we saw coming in from the tag team duo to close off the run was just beautifully executed. So these are the stats coming in from our run of Sanok, and we're definitely looking forward to Erangel already. But boy, these two Malaysian teams so far looking really good to start off the day with. Meanwhile, we do have DX trying to reclaim their glory here, coming in with second place. And also, Boom has been outstanding on their early game performance heading to the mid game.
What a day to start off our last of group stage week here when it comes to week number 3. 16 points in total coming up from the side of GEEK Fam, but Sam9, my oh my, they're definitely on the rise here and pretty spicy when it comes to the elimination numbers. The only team with a double digit up here, Contra.
Yeah, and when we look at how Sam9 has been able to do that, it's all due to the heroics of Kenny's in this round that have scored them so many massive pointers out there. And we have seen a lot of early game advancements coming from Roy, TODAK, as well as a few other squads. XERXIA, as much as they managed to win one trade in Thailand, they were overwhelmed by BTR overall. As we take a look at the update of the overall standings right now, we are still seeing TODAK holding firm into that number 8 as BTR is looking to bypass in a couple games or so, or even in the upcoming game. So far, we see the only few teams that have been able to rise up is PEA, Boom, and BTR on the first page.
Now, speaking of first page, the hot seat will be the 8th place, and now only 1 point difference between BTR and TODAK, which is going to be the magical number 50 right now. But when it comes to the teams that are still playing here, when it comes to the last day of group stage, unfortunately, Cree VIP, they have to go to the last chance, but the rest of them still can make it through. Sam9, well, we do know due to the unique circle that's never been in the PMSL yet, in Sanok. Now, I do kind of understand with the damage output slightly lower than the usual ones.
Yeah, and overall, I think that despite the damage numbers not to be as crazily high as all the others, they were playing by these open terrains overall, so it's definitely interesting, whereas there's a lot of times that they were looking for those confirmed elimination, they just get stolen up, and Kenny definitely has outshined everybody else in this map. I think he got about, what, 6 to 7 eliminations in this round alone.
True. Out of, I think, the 11, majority is going to be by Kenny, as I don't know how he knows where to pick exactly at the perfect time. But it's also going to be the same name. Bomb is still up here with Satar. Well, BTR Satar is on the rise since day one. So GEEK eyes in. Finally, we get to see some GEEK fan players up there. It's been such a long time, but we're going to head into a different map entirely. Erangel. Don't forget, it's going to be GMT+7 for your time zone, by the way. So do adjust with the time zone accordingly based on the timer of the maps here. And also, speaking of that, Contra, now this kind of gives GEEK fam another chance, just a slight light at the end of the tunnel if they can make it through the Super Sunday. And plus, this probably a wake-up call for Roy, because when it comes to team that's competing here today between Group A versus Group B, the only team has a score and that's going to be only Roy down here.
Yeah, but looking at how they've been performing in that early game of Sanok, I'm definitely looking to be a little bit more hopeful onto Roy's chances of maybe getting one down the line, because they definitely look so much more coordinated heading into this group stage. And of course, with that fiery passion of them needing to prove themselves into the Super Sunday, I am definitely seeing why your predictions as such. So far, you've been able to score one, so that's great for you.
I mean, like, prediction-wise, I don't really predict it, but I do kind of sense the desperation for the teams that really in the need of the points, because we talked about Roy and GEEK. At least they want to get into one time Super Sunday. Not just that, they have to prove themselves. They're still here. They're worth to be in PMSL. There's going to be, you know, the player's dignity, and also you have the feeling that pro player, you have to prove yourself to be here in the first place. But speaking of which, these Xaviers, that was a close one as well. When it comes to my call, I mean, like, close enough. But these Xaviers, they definitely 100% need to get the Super Sunday straight here because of how they want that 30 points. 30 points towards the grand final. The head start points, they're pretty much at number 1. But with what Alter Ego and TALON did yesterday, and I'm looking at Boom, probably they will do something bombastic, which is going to be probably second half of the day, because they do love Miramar more. That might actually going to be slightly difficult for the Xaviers to maintain the number 1 spot in the league points.
Yeah, or else they will be contested, though there are chances that they are going to look through that qualifications heading into tomorrow's run as well. And when we take a look at the standings, I think that these teams are just looking to also pull off quite a lot of Hail Mary runs, because look at how teams are so willingly taking those early battles heading into a run inside of Sanok. I think things are going to look to be a little bit of a different ordeal heading into Erangel, but in the same sort of formula that they're trying to work on now. That's what I really do love to see. A lot of massive improvements from across the board here, coming from both Group A and Group B.
Now, speaking of Group A and Group B, Erangel, I'm probably going to put my eyes... I don't expect Boom to perform in the first half of the day, but sometimes they do. It depends on the mood of the day as well. But probably we'll have to focus on VOIN Donkey as well, because VOIN Donkey, like I mentioned previously, they are in the need for points. When it comes to the Super Sunday points, they're not in the safe zone yet. They're pretty much still in the second page, but we do know they still have a lot of games to play, which can be 5 more maps to go. And it's still going to be a lot of chances for them to just overtake the teams that's not playing here today. But also when it comes to the league points of across all Super Sundays, they're not safe either. We're talking about VOIN pretty much at 26 points in only week 1. They didn't actually get into Super Sunday week number 2.
Yeah, it really feels like it's a deja vu situation for them, which they have yet to overcome throughout these course of the week, but now it's their final chance to do so. I think that we've seen a few interesting tactics that they try to carry out inside of this matchup inside Sanok, but it's still not really working according to their plan yet, which is why when you saw Zeta getting interviewed earlier, he just feels that the team is currently at 50% of their capacity. There's still that 50% that they have not been able to unlock so far. And I think like Erangel does give them that chance to slowly uncover at least a few percentages as they go through every step of the way.
Now, since Alter Ego is not playing here, across all Group A, B, and C, 24 teams inside this season's league, the teams that are participating for this season, the only team that have reached 90% capacity, I would have to give it to Alter Ego. The rest of them still have some fluctuations, seem to be sometimes volatile when it comes to their performance. But I dare say that Boom can surprise us later on. But when it comes to Erangel, also don't forget about the teams coming from the ties. Yes, they didn't actually be in the top 4 in the previous map of Sanok, but don't forget about FaZe Clan as well as XERXIA. XERXIA pretty much strong just now.
Yeah, and if they manage to pull up a better hold inside Thailand, we might actually see XERXIA doing so much more damage heading into this matchup. And also we did get a glimpse of the Infinity before they got taken down by multiple members outside of 7-9. So Erangel definitely holds a lot of possibilities for all the teams out there as they prepare themselves for another hurdle moving into our second match of the day.
Heading back into the first Erangel of the day, we do have a very south towards the northeast of the flight and the map. It's going to be up to Starburst, starting off from the outskirts of Quarry. But today, I don't know about the circle pattern because I never seen Sanok map pattern like that in this season. So we can expect something unusual when it comes to today's circle because it is the last day of the group stage. Now it's down to whether the players can adapt to the circle later on or not.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a tough one to start with for certain teams that are hoping to traverse into some safe area of play, heading into Miltel or even Prison. Just be a little bit of a stretch. Meanwhile, I'm expecting to be seeing a lot of all these teams really fighting for those vehicles in this early run. But the Thai teams definitely love themselves at South George, so they'll be able to claim that for themselves.
The Thais, where do they drop themselves? It's gonna be the usual drop here, nothing unusual by far. I mean, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but GEEK fam seems to be having a bit of a clash despite they are on the way towards the side of Ferry Pier. But due to the flight path itself, they might land it up a bit earlier than they used to, just float around to Ferry Pier. This time it will be them dropping into Quarry, and the circle is gonna be almost, I think, 80% by now. We can confirm it's SMB.
This is so difficult, especially for teams that drop so late into this matchup. PA's got the longest journey, always moving into Stalbert, needing to get across. Now they gotta really stock up very quickly and advance to the bridges. So these teams, they're definitely having the clocks running really quickly for them, it feels like. Meanwhile, it's still looting phase, so they got ample time to prepare for the worst.
Well, it's not the worst case scenario for PIGMY, just having some trio as a start. So still got something that's doable, still winnable. We've seen a lot of duos since the start as well, but we do have a bit of a replay. What really happened? Like I mentioned before, Aizen actually landed way earlier for the micro Uzi. So that's going to be the big win against PIGMY play, who just slightly outskirts than the rest of the teams, a bit separated even, so they cannot actually give him extra cover fire whatsoever. But Hospital might have some skirmishes as well. I do have a glimpse of around the corner. Just now it was FaZe Clan, Infinity, FaZe Clan, Hospital area, or even Jogopur seems to be their usual spot. But Infinity, will they want to take the fight or not?
It seems to be pretty scattered in terms of position for the side of FaZe Clan at the moment. Maybe they might look to advance much later on instead, as these teams understand that it's going to be really dangerous to take these early battles before even moving into the island of military base. So chances are they might even avoid each other completely. Now, as we take a look at the bird's eye view of the map as well as some stats, we got some really great points that has been garnered along the journey of the play throughout the past few weeks. Boom, DX, BTR, and Team Flash, they've been excellent in the course of Erangel, and this is by far the most important map because it's being played day to day the most. So definitely they fancy themselves another high record run.
But when you lesser than Erangel, but we do have a lot of record-breaking numbers when it comes to Miramar map And that's the thing, because of the distance in between and due to the uneven terrain, make it so difficult for the players to hide too much. Because we have quite a number of urban warfare when it comes to this season's Erangel map. So everybody kind of got themselves equal when it comes to eliminations, some sort. But we do have another team being picked off by the likes of Boom, which gonna be TODAK, just now losing one player way early on. I don't know why he's so separated from the rest of the roster for TODAK.
Yeah, that was what I was questioning in my head as well. Like, where is the rest of TODAK, as a matter of fact? Maybe it was just sending him out for scouting duties, but then again, just having the whole squad of Boom charging through, it just was a walk in the park for them to score that one-pointer in. Hazel has already made his way down towards the south side, found a few members of PIGMY trying to actually keep him from moving any further. But for Boom, it's a free access to get themselves closer into the military base. Didn't seem like they're interested to hold on to the bridge for some reason, as there is still a lot of teams that need to journey their way in. I think that Boom definitely is going to play the smarter way around by just taking a deeper hole in the island.
I don't know about Boom. You mean smarter means they might damage all the teams coming from behind and bulldozing everybody that seems to be passing by. Because they love to play that way. Boom just love to surprise people from the back, and that's going to be their signature move these days. Aside from Rosemary stealing those eliminations from afar, Boom is another one that they should be worried about for the teams out there. Because Boom, when they come in, you don't even realize they're already there before it's too late. And when they come in, they're coming in very strong. We're talking about them already place themselves in a position where they will box you in. But another team where we have our eyes on, which is going to be both Vietnam teams here, Roy. The team that in desperate need of the chicken. They're the only team without any chicken when it comes across the entirety of the PMSL Summer Split 2024 against the Super Sunday Kings with the most chicken dinner in week 1. 4 chicken dinners in the day. But can they come back for the Xaviers this week?
Yeah, the Xavier, they're pretty much boxed in as well. Now with the 3 members of Roy working their magic through the shacks. Nate's tossed in. Lambo holding out all by himself, but they're still unable to find him with that shotgun barrel straight to the face. That's 1 member down, 2 members down for the side of Roy. DX, they are ruthless, but there's the nade that does clip on point.
That nade can change everything for Roy. That's going to be equalizing the field to 50-50 once more. Lemare trying to reposition on the flank side. While his teammate tried to get on the higher perspective. Lume on the other hand, trying to find at least some window points to shoot across. Paragin arrived, coming out from the back line. Now, Noah will not be saved by Lume right now, but he can actually save both his members of the Xaviers.
Wow, these Vietnamese squads, absolutely ruthless the way that they've been managing these fights. DX, they were not gonna let Lambo do it all alone, and you just saw the full squad set in the location, and Paragin has been so sharp. Now, with that reset going through, Roy is still outnumbered right now. There's plenty of resources coming in from the side of DX, and another nade connects to Lume.
Nate needs to reset himself. Lume, after Noah being picked up, it's going to be the other member. Lume's down, finished off by Paragin, just not breaking any sweat with the AKM in his hand. Paragin now randomly trying to clear the corners, but they know it's going to be the stag game again for D Xaviers versus Roy. If they watch this one for D Xaviers, there's going to be a high chance Boom coming into this direction later on. Noah, on the other hand, trying to work with whatever he has right now against 3 play of the Xaviers. Now Lamborghini trying to go from a different building, trying to find any sort of information which corner he's at, but it won't be visualized, not possible from that angle. But they don't have any more throwables for them to flush out the members of Roy, which can be Noah right now. They don't have any mollies, so they have to force their way in, like it or not.
Yeah, and he's just holding down the staircase by having a DP-28 to work with, so it's going to be a little tough. And look at that, circle pulling 50-50 again. Still covering majority of the island, but chances are some parts of the bridge will still be connected. Noah just trying his chances. There's not much he can do. He cannot even run off of this area. So he's just buying as much time as possible. Somehow the Savior, they're very well disciplined to just take it slow.
He's running out of bullets and he's done. He's there, DP28, which is going to be the pizza gun. Won't last him long enough. Unfortunately, Roy have to settle down with a 0. That's going to be tough. He's, well, I have to break it. Roy definitely will go into last chance stage here. But they need the numbers to go up by the end of the day. At least they'll have a better start when it comes to the last chance stage later on. But speaking of which, BTR and also TODAK, the one that we should watch out for because of the points they have right now. We do have a couple of teams coming in very late in the blue zone, including PA, which just managed to get into the safe zone right now. Team Flash taking their own sweet time. FaZe Clan, on the other hand, victorious.
Oh boy, the rest of FaZe Clan were hoping to journey their way into the western side of the bridge, but with the presence of Sam9, it's pretty difficult for them to even think about cutting through. The only good news right now for stage 2 is that FaZe Clan could still wait it out, but the longer they wait, it's gonna be increasingly more difficult with more teams also swarming into that patrol station. Now, we'll see the rest of Boom really taking a really sweet spot inside the island, whereas PIGMY and the rest of XERXIA, they're just by the edge of Primos. And they're slowly journeying their way into the bridge as well. So 7-9 will see themselves a lot more visitor coming in from the ports of Fairpier.
I'm not surprised if you do have a couple of teams resorting to swimming because it's still a 50-50 circle by stage number 2 here. But stage number 3 pretty much will pull towards one direction, whether it's going to be back towards the main peninsula, which can be very little space remaining if that happens. And also the same case goes for SMB. We might actually have a bridge circle which we've never seen before, since the platform of the bridge has been modified in the previous patch like long ago. We never had bridge circles since then. But speaking of BA, they're still gonna go with what they know best, which is gonna be a very late rotation. But it's not just them. Team Flash seems to be having the same idea.
Yeah, it's just a very, very slow burner for some of these guys out there. FaZe Clan now coming in really closely to try to trail some members inside of 7-9. Now that XERXIA has already made their way into the corners of Fairpier, this might just be a three-way battle between these three squads as they are taking control. But 7-9, they're really locking everybody off. BTR, I think it's likely that they will swim over. A lot of teams coming in from the south side already inside the island, but we are already seeing a chance for a pickup here. Flash almost getting run through as Fugosu holds it down by his own. And now the rest of them will just suffer as PEA takes this battle and will start to lose members.
Both teams will not survive here. The moment they're just going to jump out from the blue zone later, whoever actually win and get the victory over this fight, it's going to be 1.5 kilometers away from the safe zone, by the way. It's going to be tough because there's so many choke points and a lot of Marines waiting around the other end of the corner of that SMB. Now, we're going to leave Team Flash versus PA for now. It's down to how many eliminations they can get before they go down against the blue zone, or even the players that will choke them around the choking points. But back to the teams that actually got themselves inside of SMB from the southern side. We do have PIGMY landed and docked there safely, or was it not really? PIGMY is still on the main peninsula, perhaps, or not really. Well, we're gonna have to wait and see. But Kwang, Team Flash finish off PA. PA haven't scored any eliminations yet. PIGMY, on the other hand, spotted out Infinity, who just arrived.
Yeah, and the trouble for the side of Pygmy Esports is that they don't really have vehicles to work with at the moment. Here comes the exchange of nades. XERXIA playing on the lower ground, but the big one dropping in towards the side of Earth, still alive and kicking for now. Yuhai will lose sight of the rest of XERXIA, giving them a little bit more time to reset. But it's tough for the side of XERXIA. They are boxed in underneath the bridge with not much area to go. It's really down to Luyu. How much can he see from that position alongside with the flank side? Kenny's definitely trying to look for an opening here. But the rest of XERXIA, they're really not giving any form of advantages towards the side of 7-9 to even think about cutting over the bridge to get their chance to shoot right towards XERXIA.
It's going to be a bit of stalemate here. Unless Luyu did pick up a couple of players from his vintage view up from this elevation, spotted out RNG just now. but the problem is they're underneath the bridge. For a side of Sem9 to spot this play out, they need to get out from their comfort zone. Quite close between Erzi and Dap. Interesting angle. And I don't think Dap knows exactly where Erzi at.
No idea at all, but he does spot out RNJ Yuhai. Quickly goes in for elimination, whereas the rest of Sem9, they see this as an opportunity to pounce, and they will full set it. And XERXIA, 2 rounds in a row. They go out early. Previous round, a little bit more points. This time, 0.
Oh, man. Tough. But it's all tougher for the players because it's going to be another circle. Just move away and die. These Avis, another circle for them to take the chicken here this time. We also have VTR in the fray, but PIGMY versus MORPH still ongoing. Well, we do have Sem9 still having a go against a team that try to pass by, which can be FaZe Clan, their next target here.
Yeah, FaZe Clan, 2 members over the top side of the lighthouse, whereas Victorious is still on the blue zone, squeezing past. Sem9, they're still not safe just yet. The moment that they look to bypass is where FaZe Clan will start to shoot. And they heard all those noises coming in from that previous fight against XERXIA, so they know exactly where they're at. But things have been looking really good for BTR as they took the swim across the river and find themselves perfectly in the center of the circle. And now MORPH will have 0 bleeding outside of the play area. The rest of Boom are just hoping to corner them up, but there's not much area play. Flippy now out in the open, and that will be an easy cookie for Pombit and Razy.
Who got the kill? Wait, it's gonna be Kick Fam stealing it from the other side because it happens to crossfire right on top of Flippy. But it's tough to be Flippy. It's gonna be called that end for him to hit down in the middle there. But for GEEK Fam, once they got himself those steals, they're gonna just flee. They're not being punished for the crime scene they committed just now. But Yummy May definitely not happy. But the moment they run away from the side of Boom, while Boom and Pombit trying to steal away from afar, redeem back what they have lost before. But it's gonna be Sem9. Yuhai finished them off across the other side. But Boom, now they have to rotate, knowing the fact that they are not too far from the circle. But the problem is, it's not just them. There's plenty of teams already take them their own place inside of the safe zone.
Indeed, and overall, GEEK Fam, they just don't get their chance to even rest up. The moment that they go in for that rotation after that pickoff, it's just chaos for them wherever they turn. And DX, they got the better of it. The moment that they try to get themselves into the shack, they get picked off. So, an early finish this time around for GEEK Fam, though they did manage to score 4 points overall.
BTR. Well, they don't have any contenders from the back. They definitely see a couple of players of Team Flash, but MORPH, unfortunately, have to go out at 10th place, but at least they score 5. FaZe Clan force themselves to cross the side of a bridge here. They have to pass through Sem9, like it or not. Previously, we saw XERXIA right beneath, where Sem9 is trying to bridge camp and didn't make it through. Now, can Sem9 hold their grounds against another team with the Blues and start to clip them alive? And it's going to be painful since we're heading into stage number 4.
Yeah, they could just basically leave some members of FaZe Clan be and prioritize getting themselves safe first because this zone is already closing in. FaZe Clan will bleed out nonetheless. They're definitely not giving that room of an opening as the rest of Sem9 is just holding true. Onsens down to only 2 Mets and make it only 1 as he had to pop that first aid at that moment in time. And Yuhai's just going to slowly wither them away down to Mela as well as Onsens. And things are looking nigh impossible for the rest of FaZe Clan to even pull through. Whereas, look at that, in the circle, we have the Savior, BTR, as well as Team Flash. It poised position so far. As they try with that level best, FaZe Clan will still be out.
9 eliminations by Sem9. Is it going to be worth it since they don't have any first 8 for Kenny Az anymore? He's trying to score for 1 more, but plays and finish him off. It's going to be 8 placement for Sem9. Got a couple of points for placement points down there, but he's got quite a hefty amount of eliminations. But next, we do have our eyes set onto these Avis. 8 eliminations by now. No, we don't see a lot of spotlight except for early stage of the game here, Contra, but they scored almost double digit down there.
Yeah, they do so well. And the Savior, after taking out Roy, they were just taking so many of all these freebies coming in from the members of GEEK fam, and I believe winning another trade against another team, which we may not have actually gotten our eyes on too much. So the Savior, they're definitely looking to be holding firm into what they've been able to pull through, especially with their current position. A lot more teams will be moving into their territory instead later on.
But all they need to do is just defend or try to find the teams that are just passing by or have to pass through them, which including YOODO Alliance, and we have another team on the across the other side. I'm not sure, was it that BTR or was it Boom? But Boom, yeah, it's actually Boom. Boom seems to be split at about. Now this is what we talk about Boom, right? They like to split themselves, and the moment they realize, these Avies just realize, oh, Boom is actually nearby us, and they already walked in the trap. Look at the position they try to place themselves, but YOODO Alliance spots them out. That's going to shoosh them away. And Boom just made a big U-turn, repositioned himself to regroup.
Yeah, meanwhile, BTR is also suppressing any form of advancement coming in from YOODO Alliance. And there's barely any cover coming in for the Malaysian team. It's hoping to squeeze by, but there should be ample more coming in moments' time for them to take control of. TODAK somehow managed to squeeze by on the corner of the map. Not much have been seen from the side of TODAK, but they will be on the far east. That will eventually be challenges to the side of BTR later on. But for Boom, after U-turning, they're also getting some good glimpse onto the side of YOODO Alliance, forcing them to already pop a couple of all these smokes to cover themselves up. But barely there's any room for the rest of YOODO Alliance without getting shot at.
It's a plain sight that's kind of visualized by these Avies and Boom at the same time. I agree. As long as they have smokes, they can make it through. But they have to have an abundance of smoke at this point. We know how flat the land is for their side there, but it seems like Boom will have to give it away for now. They're interested towards another team behind them, which was VOIN Donkey, but these Avies do have a very small shack, and Nate and Lamborghini, they're hiding from the rotation of Boom just now. Now, this is going to be the perfect time for YOODO Alliance to make a bit of an entrance, or just slightly advance. Slowly but surely they can, but I have no clue if they still have any utilities on their side. They barely got enough smoke. Only scored himself 2. Might want to reserve it for later.
Yeah, and they just basically have to funnel the resources heading into the late game. And at least for Olio, he managed to squeeze into just by the rim of the circle. The good news is that DX, although they are in the direct center, they are also locked into all these shacks. They don't really have the best of angles to work with. Now it's just gonna be angle coverages between Parajit and the rest of his teammates. Whereas VOIN Donkey's gonna be able to find more. TODAK somehow didn't even manage to participate. It is YOODO Alliance that is now launching attacks against Boom.
Do have Team Flash on the far east side, but look at the spread coming from BTR. They're trying to gain intellect as much as they can, but for YOODO Alliance, I don't know about the rest, but only have maybe 1-2 smokes left. That is. The rest of them possibly have none because nobody popped any smoke. But for Boom, despite they trying to take the elevations, VOIN actually got that first. Yeah, but just tiny bit later. And the problem is, if you come late, there's gonna be a lot of hand grenades while meeting up with these players. Bombit probably gonna go down next to pretty low HP himself. For Boom, they are in trouble.
Wow, they're sending in their members directly into the smoke and still not finding anything. Nax, he will turn back and pick up his teammate. Well, that will leave Boom with only one healthy member. I don't think that Pondit does have enough time to actually get much done against all the other squads that are already in the middle of it. Meanwhile, back towards the side of BTR. Things are looking very safe for them for the longest of time as they're just piling onto smokes. Boom, having one member holding on, and with IQOO just challenging that, this Lone Ranger will have to basically have to join the party regardless of the case, and there's just so many of these teams already moving up to the north.
But I personally feel like YOODO Lions have been holding their ground so well until Satar land those nades to a sort of Olio. That's going to be go time for BTR. They already built the bridge smoke. They want to advance. They're waiting for another knock. Close enough. But Boom being eliminated regardless of how they try to reposition themselves. They should have taken the fight against YOODO Lions just now. But it's going to be double nade down. Make it a third one. Close enough to Jimmy. Now Lapa going in for the execution. Here comes the judge, the jury, and the execution by BTR.
Relentlessly throwing nades after nades now. With angles going for Arctic Luke. He does find one, looking for Lafar as well. But the final bullets don't connect. And that was perfectly covered by Luxy as well. BTR now with 6, but 2 members are down. They gotta go in with that quick reset. The coast is clear up north, as BTR definitely have put up such a solid hold. But looking at the mini-map, there is team cutting across just to join them at the side. May just be the rest of Team Flash, it looks like. And they do have resources to basically run the rounds against them. Goes to now spots 1, looking to cook a long-range grenade. Let's see if he finds it.
I hate to break the news, but the death boxes don't have that much more because last time we saw YOODO Lions didn't have anything on them. And BTR pretty much running dry with their utils. Nobody can save Luxy. Luxy saved everybody, but nobody can save him now. How isolated he's at is just difficult for the rest of BTR trying to reach out to him. And the Twins seem to be playing in this round as well. But Team Flash, they can take their advantage. They can take the opportunity being given and presented right in front of their eyes. But they made a U-turn instead.
Yeah, and the rest of Team Flash, they really want to take priority into the circle. They found themselves a perfect shack, trying to actually get a little bit more of a climb to get those elevated angles, and perhaps that will give Team Flash a little bit more of an advantage heading into this final battle between the 4 teams. VOIN Donkey still holding strong, and I'm surprised, DX, they were unchallenged the whole time. They have currently the most resources. Look at that, 11 grenades to cook up, but no chance to use it so far.
Saving it for the best time because nobody can expect them to be split apart by those small shacks just across the other side of the street. But for Team Flash, the reposition is due to the circle just shifted the moment they want to go for the push. They know for a fact if they coming in late for that kind of circle, it's going to be punishing for them. It's going to be tough for them to just place themselves in the best position to see all the other teams that are participating when it comes to this crossfire. But VOIN Donkey spot out the rest of these Xaviers. The moment we mentioned they've been hiding it so well, that's where we kind of leak the information for VOIN Donkey, where they kind of spread out trying to find all the positions of all the teams that's remaining down there.
I'm actually surprised he still has a vehicle to make that the cross. And BTR has Satar spotted out. Team Flash now dealing with the situation against the Indonesian squad. Whereas VOIN Donkey, they've tried to actually crack open that shack, but it's still going to be defended so well from the side of DX. So they will be focused onto what's really happening up north instead. Now these 2 teams, they're going to lock horns. The rest of Team Flash are pushing members of BTR to the brink. And the trades come back. It's going to be set up from the south that will find one.
Problem is, it's going to be less than 10 seconds for stage number 8. It's still going to be one last circle for these teams. And Zeta, feeling uneasy regarding position, have to cut across these Avis. Happen to be in the center nearby the street, but they have a very small shack. They don't have any troubles on the sides of Razak, but he spotted out Satar. That was a crispy one. The perfect execution, didn't even whiff.
Yeah, that was so beautifully done, especially coming in from this angle as well. Now VOIN Donkey is looking to be in a firm position at the very least. But with 2 members left, can they find themselves this chicken dinner? Especially with all the other squads being so preoccupied. Now, Zeta has a lot of room to work with, but Batman is on the watch. Can we find it though? There's no vision overall. Somehow, the rest of BTR, they're taking it slow. They're not really launching an attack against Team Flash just yet.
They don't have resources left here, Contra. Look at how low Lapa is. He doesn't heal himself. Yeah, it means that he got nothing else in his pocket. It's pretty much nothing in there. He doesn't even have a pocket left. Now BTR, on the other hand, they just keep it, the pressure because the Blizzards start closing on the side of Team Flash. Sorry, on the side of VOIN Donkey. But BTR, that giving away the position. Here comes Lamborghini, spraying over this, but on both at the same time. Double down on BTR, leaving with only last player standing. That's going to be Luxy.
That's crazy coming out from Lambo. He's all prone up and he just gets these two members on the side of BTR. And now we're looking at 10 solid corners for the side of DX. Luxy still spots out the rest of Team Flash, but he's already down for the count. Unable to move past the blue zone and will also be picked off. Now, this is going to be a Vietnamese chicken dinner to claim. Is it going to be DX or Team Flash? We'll have to see. Big nades now coming through. Gosu just getting pressured by the corner. And the rest of DX, they're feeling confident. They got those nades to run in. And they're just going to throw it at them. Same goes to Team Flash as they're all cornered up. Here comes Lambo.
Lambo flanking it out for the rest of the team. He's taking one for the team here. Batman trying to find Lambo, realizing he's trying to go for a flank, but the nade chipped down to 50% of HP left. But nade just finished off Gosu, and they'd be burned off by the blue. They don't have a choice. They have to reveal themselves. But Virgin taking the blue from the back line. This might going south. DX, are they just watching the chicken again?
Oh my word! I think they just did! Team Flash!
Are you kidding me? These Xaviers!
I don't know what to call it. It's down to luck, but Peregrine, he ran to the blue zone.
Why?
He could have survived.
Why? 2 times in a row, they got themselves in the top 4, and 2 times in a row, they were presented with a chicken. They got the circle, they got everything that needed, they got the small shacks, they got themselves in the center. They not being spotted by any teams. All they need to do is just make sure the position just now was perfectly not burned off by the blue. But they just willingly giving their bodies away towards the blue zone.
Yeah, I guess like in such a frantic situation like that, they just panicked. And that gave that advantage to the side of Team Flash. They were so calm and composed. They were throwing all these deflates all across the corner. And maybe they were just trying to dodge it coming from DX. But even so, Team Flash, I think that was such a good hold. We saw them coming from the north, moving it down to the south. And there was only Batman left.
And that one Batman left is the one that leaving the chicken. And taking the chicken away from the side of these Xaviers, leaving with the chicken by the end of the day. He actually secures. That's still a big featuring Batman when it comes to that chicken dinner. He actually, despite it being outnumbered for Team Flash, still a big chicken, a big fat one for Team Flash down there. These Xaviers, hopefully they are mentally strong after this match.
I hope so too. I mean, to lose out on the chicken dinner twice in a row in such a close battle definitely has dampened up some of the spirits, but looking at their performance, number 2 times in a row, they still hold in a lot of points. Meanwhile, BTR 79, they definitely pull off some big elimination points heading into this round, and we saw so much action. Let's take a look at the highlights again.
These Avis, 2 points of difference. If they score the chicken, it will be 21 points. But unfortunately, they just toss it out the window in the very last minute. For 799 eliminations down there, their bridge camping definitely seems to be very rewarding indeed. BTR, they've been fighting YOODO Lions so long. YOODO Lions, despite the elimination just 3, you have to give the respect of how long they've been defending around the coast area.
Yeah, the final battles were absolutely intense, and in the early game, I think that a lot of teams definitely had some fair share of struggle, not only making it into the island, but also having those early launches of attack, especially onto Roy, which definitely sees the rest of DX pile onto so many points. And man, DX, I just couldn't really get over that. Like, a little bit more of a cleaner execution would have gotten that chicken dinner. But of course, credit where credit is due. Team Flash, they did exceptionally well.
But for TODAK, this is going to be definitely a grim day for them. They've been pushed down 2 stairs down there, which they didn't score too much in the last round. They placed themselves in 10 before it was 8th place, which taking by the side of BTR. But the teams are still on the second page, slowly being pushed down. NKT, Creep VIP, and YOODO 2, they've done their round. But for PA also being pushed down, still within reach because they still have 4 more maps to go.
Yeah, very well within reach, especially now with VOIN Donkey also finishing in the top 4 of the ratio, or should I say top 5? I gotta recap on that. But things are still looking a little bit bleak for certain teams that are over onto the far bottom half of it. But you gotta give it to BTR. There's just a ton of damage that they've been doing to members of the side of Team Flash, YOODO Alliance, and anybody that moves by. DX definitely have that party of the circle for most part, and yeah, let's not talk about that any further.
These Avis, why? I was hoping for them. Welcome back, these Avis. I was like scripting in my head. Welcome back, these Avis in week number 3, but you know what? Not yet. Close enough. Close enough. Very close. 2 times in a row. Like, yeah, no problem. But for Sam 9 on the other hand, they have been aggressively trying to find a target. The bridge camping just now was remarkable. But speaking of BTR, if they did not run out of their utilities, they can actually have the top 4 just now.
Yeah, they could have actually had a really firm chance at that as well. Now we have pretty much a Malaysian victory as well as Vietnam. We're going to see whether the Thai teams as well as the Indonesians will be able to step it up a notch, as we still have 4 more maps to be played out as we eventually move our way into Erangel. I think that in that instance of that matchup, a lot of teams may actually feel, oh my goodness, it's a Nosco military base again, and just got really overwhelmed, right? So hopefully with something different, they will stand a better chance.
I personally feel like that today has been rough for the players regarding the circle. It has been so unique here today. Well, since Sanok until the second map, I don't see things getting any better, and not going to be generous probably for the entire day. But speaking of the Thai teams, you mentioned them just now, they're definitely going to have the aim on top of Sam 9, because Sam 9 the one that finished off XERXIA and the one that actually gatekeep FaZe Clan from pushing forward. So, I mean, it's going to be a bullseye, or they have their target behind their back for Sam 9 now.
Yeah, and they really got to watch out, right? But for Sam 9, they basically take what's given, because these teams were running into them for most part. So for Acid, you shall receive some damage being done. So that being said, of course, that was a fun match to watch. If you guys could basically rewind that, there's definitely a lot of interesting moments in that matchup. But moving into these couple rounds, despite Sam 9 not really getting that run for chicken dinner inside of Erangel, that's 9 points. Very close to securing their own self-declared chicken dinner here by of sorts, but they are definitely in the right form to maybe get one.
Who want to get chicken these days? You can get more than chicken. We've seen like the highest eliminations was still holding the record on the side of, I think it was still Boom. Yes, Boom 24 eliminations, Yummy 14 eliminations by himself in a single run, and that was Erangel of the first during the week 2 Super Sunday. But I think Boom is just, I don't know what happened to Boom. It feels like we're probably going to see them in the second half of the day. We're going to have to wait and see. But speaking of which, Contra, the teams that's gonna have to face last chance stage is pretty apparent, it's pretty obvious right now. Even though GEEK Fam did score himself the chicken, but they scored pretty okay, but I personally feel like they need more. They definitely need more.
They definitely do, and I think that in terms of the rounds that they've been running so far, they still managed to get very significant points, of course, with the chicken dinner, and also a few eliminations hitting into this one. I guess that there's definitely a lot of opportunities for GEEK Fam to maybe pull off a crazy run for today, but hitting the Miramar, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to handle the heat later on to the final two maps.
It's all down to the circle. Honestly, I hate to say it, but it's heavily depending on the circle based on the past few maps. Because if the circle just happened to be very rough and barely got enough space for the players to land themselves, it's tough, man. You don't have enough land to stand. For the teams, they force themselves to swim over the southern side, knowing the fact there's so many choke points. If you try to just cross the bridge just now, we witnessed two Thai teams couldn't make it through due to 7-9. If the circle happened to be SMB one, so I mean, like, today has been a blast day for us casters and audience, but for players, a cursed day indeed for them.
Treacherous. Absolutely treacherous, right? Like, the moment that you were hoping to score high points and then you figured out, oh, that circle's all the way down in the south side and I'm over in Nerf, you feel like you screwed yourself over. But then again, that's the nature of the tournament. It's always going to be tough when you have some of the best teams of Southeast Asia contending alongside, and only the best will prevail, unfortunately, for some of these blocks that may be taking the wrong turns or so. But moving into Erangel, I think that at least hitting to this upcoming two maps, they will squeeze as much points as possible before getting into that rowdy run of Miramar.
True, especially when it comes to... I'm looking for Roy here. Now, we talked about the teams that might not make it through straight into Super Sunday, but they still have to carry forward their points for tomorrow, which is going to be the last chance stage. And so far, just to update you guys who just joined us, they 100% secured themselves the slot to this Super Sunday. It's going to be Alter Ego, Talon, and Vampires, who happen in Group C. They are not playing here today. But for the others, including YOODO Alliance, they are pretty much close themselves in their... still can push themselves quite a lot up there. They can still get a couple of points here and there. As long as they got more than 85 points, then that's 100% the slot to the Super Sunday.
Yep, that is definitely that target for the teams that are still battling for today. Well, some of them are definitely looking to be getting into that poised positioning for now. But many others, they are still trying to fend off against all these challenges that is brought forward into play as we dive into Erangel once more in the PMSL Southeast Asia.
It's no more pray and spray down there. It's pray and hope the circle will favor them for the teams because of the flight path will be pretty much almost similar early on, just a reverse of the direction from Quarry up to Stalba. But if it's Sanok's coming through base again, or even Milta Lipovka, we had Lipovka once and that was fun as well. But if we have very far east circle, that's also going to be tucked into one direction. A lot of teams will have early skirmish due to the same direction of rotations towards the center of the safe zone.
Yeah, and this type of flight path looking to be very, very familiar as to what it was in that past game of Erangel that was played out. Now, taking a look at the damage chart so far, I think Ponbit so far has been impeccable in terms of how he's been able to do so much damage, and majority in the early game as well. I think that Boom has definitely relied on him to always be very effective on this execution. So we'll definitely keep our eyes on to Boom later on again if they're going to be able to do it for Indonesia. For now, I guess we'll just wait for the circle to appear.
Maybe third time's the charm for the Xaviers. They are one of the most average elimination points. So third time's the charm, guys. These Xaviers, don't lose the hope. Third time's always the charm. But we do have a northern circle. Now, Based on this soft circle, we might ended up right on top of either Yasnaya Poliana, but high chance it's gonna be Yasnaya Poliana in between Yasnaya and also Rovzog, where we do have some players of Boom seems to be quite splitted. Yummy May just so far apart from the rest of the team.
Yeah, very, very interesting start for some of these guys out there in terms of their positioning, and some of them have only gotten those vehicles to rotate all around. Team Flash, they got themselves into one of the best spots possible against Napoliana. Like you did mention early on, that it's very likely that, at least for the first 4 stages of the game, the circle's going to be around these facilities. So they got ample loot to start with. Team Flash even got that chicken dinner from that previous run. I think things are just looking up and up for this squad.
Just to fill you in the blanks and just to catch up regarding a Team Flash performance, I remember, I think it was yesterday or was it 2 days ago, first one of those days, Conti managed to clutch a chicken in a 1v3.
Wow.
And it was 3 different angles with a DBS. He was running around one very small compound, one very small building. And the 3 players of that one particular team didn't make it through just because of how Conti just uses DBS, shutting down one by one.
It's always going to be very depressing to be on the receiving end of the DBSs, but if you have such a teammate that could pull off clutches like that in close compound fights, you bet they will be roaring with their phones pretty much down and just taunting or whatever they want to do on the stage, because, you know, golden chances like this don't always come by.
And now I assume that D-Xavier is one of the roaring team down there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, D-Xavier. We'll have to pull it out for you guys. That was just so close again, and they were they were outnumbering Team Flash, but not taking the Team Flash credit away. They definitely did such a great clutch against D-Xavier just now. Probably traumatized, but D-Xavier still can have a shot, because look at the gap, Contra. It's so tight from 5th place even down to possibly 17th place.
Yeah, it's really a very close run where look at the fine margins of points. As you currently see, TODAK tied with the Savior, and then you have 7-9 PA FaZe Clan around the 40-point region, and even on the 30s as well, right? Eventually, I hope that GEEK Clan will be joining the 30s club later on. And other than that, I'm not too sure what to make out of, like, if this rounds, they really go by a swing. And looks to me that some of these squads, like PIGMY Esports or Roy, they only figured out one fraction of how they will play the early game, but mid-game onwards, they have not really found that form of rhythm just yet. So I hope that they do so here in rank.
That fraction for Roy is not even for early game. Now speaking of which, here comes Roy versus FaZe Clan. Can they do it early game, or it's going to be the entirety of early, mid, late game, whatever you call it? They need to focus one thing at a time. I think problems with Roy, it's going to be they're just having too many things, trying to just overcompensating themselves in every area possible. It should be one step at a time. Like example, they can just focus on positioning first or drop himself in a safe zone first. But MORPH, despite FaZe Clan has been chasing down the likes of Roy, it seems to me that their tails been taken out by MORPH team.
Yeah, and just like that, FaZe Clan has lost one member so early on in the midst of traversing as well. Now you were talking about, you know, needing to focus one thing at a time. Roy did an excellent job focusing on staying alive, getting chased down. That one really took a lot. That definitely took a lot. Looking at how aggressive they were, man, they never had it easy. Not easy at all.
We don't have that zombie mode to play survival game here. Maybe they're in a different mode for Roy. Sorry, Roy. I mean, I don't mean it bad or mean in that way. But, you know, Roy, if they can just make sure that their safety is going to be a priority first, it's going to be a way different team entirely. Because firepower-wise, I think everybody is on a same par. Pretty much the same standard up here. But it's all down to trigger discipline, information, and also rotation and timing. Speaking of Roy again, FaZe Clan seems to not getting them off the leash yet. And down on the ground for Valak. This scary none is not too scary. It's going to be a team Valak for now.
Yeah, it seems like they've brought some crosses or even more stuff to book. Like, these led definitely will puncture through, whereas MORPH as well as Roy, they've been running from the hands of FaZe Clan, and now it seems like even more members are being caught up. Zero is the one to just destroy the vehicles of Roy. Even the tires pop! How unlucky can they be? And now he's stuck by the corner. Hulk's gonna watch him. The game's pretty much done and dusted.
Noah screaming for Noah. Miller. He's trying to bait him out. But there's also MORPH, and no, it's gonna be no for Noah. Definitely, it's gonna be no and an other. Down to the last player of Roy. I don't know where he's at currently. I think they're just forced to separate themselves just now. Their formation has been broken down due to how they're being chased down by FaZe, and MORPH happen to be passing through at the same time. FaZe Clan on the other hand, well, they have visitors here. It's gonna be Infinity.
And it's just road rage after road rage, right? The chase has never stopped, and now you have the Infinity hoping to be the 4th squad to join in this rally as well. It's starting to feel like this is an F1 race or of sort, but the one on the short end of the stick, definitely Roy. I mean, FaZe never really put any brakes on that, and when you have MORPH also looking to move into 70, they were absolutely gated from getting anywhere at all, leaving only one member behind for now. What do I even say?
Contra, do you want to retract your statement regarding Roy? Pretty good at survival. They're doing still okay with one player. So still survive.
It still counts. It still counts, right? Like, for what it's worth, I think that they're doing okay. At least. Yeah. Okay, we get an update. Meanwhile, a lot of teams are actually in the Snap Polyana, but they will be pulled into Rozak and also areas of school. So this is going to be interesting to see all these teams back on their vehicles, and the people from 70, the people of the Astaya, they will now be funneled into bridges as well as some open spacing. So we might just see a few pickoffs, starting with YOODO Alliance.
That's going to be a long shot coming from Sam9. We don't see any push coming out from Sam9 here, so it's definitely going to be a revival coming out from Olio. But for what it look, he tried to spot where the shots came out from. There's going to be Dap he's spotting them out, but it wasn't Dap that shot down Olio just now. So if they're not being careful, Boom is around the corner too. YOODO Alliance attracting so many attention in the center here. And also we noted that the Pochinki Potato Hills is still in the circle. Actually, a couple of team passing through there.
That could be a really safe area of play, considering that the majority of these teams are playing up north. 7-9 definitely has an interesting spread going across these regions. They can take over some areas of Rosa from this POV and some areas of Yasnaya at the same time. And at the moment, they're just making sure that no team's going to be bypassing that area of sort. Team Flash have finally decided, okay, it's time to leave Yasnaya. Meanwhile, what's happening here? BTR, VOIN Donkey, they clash. A member down from each side, but Satar, he wants more, he wants blood, he finds it. Oh, there's still one more inside the building. Zeta trying to hold himself on the line, but Lapar, he's going for the push. Can he actually find it though? As the rest of VOIN Donkey will have a wraparound. Another member moves into the building and will put Satar down.
Lapar still giving the pressure with that shotgun, but it's gonna be from behind. Surprise! Zeta is from the one that coming up from the off angle entirely. That kind of shuts down BTR from the 8th place. It might actually be pushed down by Team Flash or Boom, giving the two teams down there the opportunity to just overtake their safety spot in the Super Sunday. But PIGMY versus Infinity on top of school. Achul might actually cooking up a couple of nades down there, while Gotani might have the same exchange of nade idea. But we do know score is pretty massive, so it'll be some time for them to see each other.
Yeah, it really feels like this is one of those public lobbies where people drop into school back in the days. And now we have two of the toughest squads here that are professionals when it comes down to close quarter combat. It definitely will feel like a maze for them to navigate around, but PIGMY have already surrounded the Infinity into a tight corner as they are hoping to pull off a massive defense instead.
EBS Tiny just gonna hug the walls here, waiting around the corner. It might actually take some time for them to finish each other out between Infinity and PIGMY, but hopefully they won't be interrupted by this, the likes of FaZe Clan and XERXIA, who will pass through school right now where they're at. But the circle shifted slightly towards the right. We do have TODAK in the center. Now Lumiere, Roy going far east of the way, but PEA will be latecomers, so they will, and they can score one elimination point out of Roy's team if he's not being careful.
Yeah, really good control of the region coming from some Malaysian squads like what you mentioned, TODAK, and also 7-9 that's taking over that region overall. But these teams, they gotta conclude this fight because they're just by the rim of the circle. Tiger holding down the doors. He does get a little bit more intel even despite the smoke shrouding his vision overall. Logan now pick up a grenade. They're all boxed in as well. And that's a freebie coming from Logan. 2 members eliminated from the side of PIGMY Esports as things are slowly crumbling for them. Now it's a 2 versus 4.
I think they should exit out, but they cannot exit out. GEEK fam seems to be just behind PIGMY. They don't have another way round. Well, Roy being eliminated, I think that's by probably the blue zone. Because PEA didn't score any eliminations. While Jabranki tried to work his way through the smoke, but he got knocked down instead, leaving only Billbots left. And he's cooking up the net, hearing the footsteps getting closer on that angle, one particular direction. But Billbot, he can exit out. They got Buggy, they got Dacer at the back, but he's not willing to give away yet. He needs to, have a bit of revenge. I need to fight something for my team.
Oh.
And he ended up with a 0.
Yeah, all of that ruckus, and they've just burned out all these resources, not even finding a single unit of Infinity. I thought that with that region of control with Infinity blocked to a corner, they would have actually gotten a lot more in return, but they gave that free space back. And eventually, Infinity, they claim everything on the line.
That's
now,
true.
With
that's a big one for Infinity. Definitely a big one.
Very, very huge. And then when we look into the rest of the region, they're just pissed chilling. Like, there's not much of a worry for them for the meantime. So as long as they are already within the region of these outskirts of Isnaya, or even the eastern side of Rozak. Now, Infinity, after concluding that battle, I hope that they still have some utilities left for the late game, because that really took a while out of them.
They did have a couple of upgrade of loot. I think coming up from PIGMY, they do have a bundle of utilities still, but they couldn't land anything. They couldn't toss anything due to how many rooms in between them, and just couldn't visualize where to toss those throwables. They don't want to waste it either. But we talked about the circle just now, which is still taken by these Xaviers. Now, these Xaviers, they can do this. I'm looking for their performance. Please get that chicken that they've been aiming for since Sanok, man.
I hope so too, and looks very likely in terms of chance, as they are now having a great control over the hills from the center. XERXIA will be the one to challenge that later on. Meanwhile, on the minicam, we do have Izane with a long angle shot against Gatsuni. That was wonderful, but he won't be able to spot out the rest of the Infinity. He was wondering if he's going to be rescued at all. There are members somewhere in the middle of the forest, but that should be a pickup nonetheless.
But for GEEK fam, still quite a distance. We do know the circle is still not on top of them yet. They need to leave, they need to rotate and position themselves in a better spot, because a lot of teams are already taking their own slots here in the center of the circle, and there's not many places for them to hide themselves if they're coming in very late. Sam9 taking the crate area. We do know it's going to be, you have to have a lot of utilities to play here, by the way. Hopefully Sam9 do have that.
It seems like they do. 7 smokes coming in from Luyu. I think that says enough, right? So later on, if they were to be left with a lot of teams moving their region, hold that for now, because boom, they found more members inside of Infinity as they tried to traverse across the region. Losing only 1, I guess that's the only good thing that happens for the side of Infinity, because they have definitely had a rowdy start. Now, meeting another in the crosshair, it is Team Flash that has been in the forest for the longest of time.
Everybody trying to make their way through but there will be a lot of clashes because Team Flash, they might meet up with Boom, I assume. The Xaviers, they love those small buildings. They will try to hold their ground as much as possible. And that's kind of flat terrain here the moment they step out of it. Hopefully, they're still inside of a circle for the next couple of stages, just to see if they can score the chicken by the end of this map. And finally, we can get to enjoy that for once. But for Team Flash, like we mentioned before, Boom is actually on the hunt. They've been running and gunning people down. Frenzy down to only 5% of HP, but still cooking that nade up a bit too late.
Yeah, that overcooked nade is somehow given the opportunity for the rest of Team Flash to strike. Poppy coming from the top. Good for one, but not more. Only down to Razy. What more can Razy do? Team Flash, they need to resuscitate Corn T, but that's not the time to do so yet. As Razy is still piling up the pressure, there's also some crosshairs pointed from the side of YOODO Alliance. So this is not going to be all too clear for now. Big Nate's coming in from the side of Razy, but Gosu, he's going to take charge. Let's see if this push is going to work well for him. Razy now opened up. Quan goes down. Oh, 1v1.
Oh, Razy! No way! By himself, solo-handedly, just settles down for the rest of Team Boom. He's the last one to survive. He got 3 out of that 3v1. With that very small hill, he worked his way through the terrain. How did Team...
That outplay has left me out of words. How well he did it all by himself. Of course, there were trades coming from Pondbit and the rest of Boom. But that could have been a little bit cleaner for Team Flash. They were also panicking because of how the Blue Zone slowly closing in on them. But there were time given to reset. They were unable to do so. Well, we move on from that. We see an update. It's going to be TODAK directly in the center. 7-9 still around the corner. The Savior also guarding the south. Meanwhile, there's a lot of team coming from the south as well.
I feel like a deja vu for these Xaviers. A very similar rotation and very quiet, just like how they did in the last round of Erangel as well. Hopefully it's going to be not the same ending. But on the side of Boom, they are... And that one Boom player, that was Razy, doing all the work by himself. 5 out of 5, he scores a 4 now. Now the entire Boom definitely have to treat him a big dinner by end of the day. He did so much work for the team.
Indeed, 6 points, 6 massive points, and he's now also fighting for a top 4 finish. Whereas this sole member inside of MORPH tries to buy a little bit more space. He's gonna be in a similar situation as compared to Razy, but this time with the full 7-9 squad. I am uncertain if he will make it out alive, as the rest of 7-9 is already closing in. But wow, that Razy clutch definitely is going for the highlights.
High. 7-9 still taking the crate area. We do know that they still have plenty of smoke on low use, so it's gonna be okay if they need to have an emergency exit later on. But MORPH, that's gonna be the last player as well, I assume. Yep, it's gonna be Hazel, just being the neighbor, the friendly neighbor for 7-9. Hopefully he won't be discovered by these teams, but VOIN seems to be the next contender because UI just happened to be pushing out of his way, trying to find any sort of information. He might actually bump into VOIN next. But these Xaviers, finally they made an action here, spotted out FaZe Clan and XERXIA's play at the same time.
Yeah, FaZe Clan's pretty far wide out there. They gotta ensure that they keep themselves safe. Meanwhile, YOODO Alliance is just locking themselves in against the rest of XERXIA. A lot of smokes now being primed. XERXIA just forced to play it so defensively, using even vehicles as a bunker for now. They're also moving very closely to the Savior, so they got to be very careful about this. Their smokes are slowly depleting. They don't really have the most of resources they have to win the trade. And Lobby is spotted out from where? He's in the smoke!
Yeah, well, if you pop the smoke these days, these players just gonna randomly shoot anything across that smoke. They know for a fact there'll be somebody hiding down there somewhere. There's gonna be a nade coming in for Megamind as well. Oh, XERXIA, that's gonna be an entire team went out, and it's 0 eliminations out of this lobby right now. But these Xaviers versus YOODO Alliance, they do have abundance of utility to just toss it around.
Yeah, XERXIA hasn't really had good runs so far inside of Erangel. And now, moving into another big fight, it is VOIN Donkey versus 7-9. Big nades now lobbed towards the side of YOODO. As every team is just slowly having their resources depleted in between all these scuffles. The rest of 7-9 hoping to eventually gatekeep the rest of VOIN Donkey as we see another update going through. Moving the way towards the side of TODAK. TODAK has not really shown themselves too much in all these battles.
VOIN Donkey versus 7-9. 7-9 has been here for the longest. They didn't actually take an action. Just now, Yuhai did go out for a bit just to find some information that he can actually relay back to the roster what to do and where to go next. But for VOIN Donkey, this is them taking the reign over 7-9. All they have right now is just smokes. They don't have too much of a hand grenade or molly to slowly burn these players alive. But that pretty low himself. He only got first kit. That is nothing else there is in the pocket. But can he drop a big one on Maxis? This might be a 7-9 will come out from the hiding spot just to finish things off.
Razak, he's got to find an opening for his team to survive. So far, VOIN doing pretty okay on the damage department. Razak just funneling whatever bullets into the smoke, flipping onto a few members of 7-9, forcing them to go in for a quick reset. And now, VOIN Donkey is going to close in all together. MORPH finally goes down as Hazel could not last much further, but that's 5 points for them. So focus back onto this battle.
I'm surprised TODAK seems not to be interested within these two teams when they're fighting. But PEA, they're playing with the blue, and the blue takes them away and then finish off by the teams that's waiting from the inside. But for VOIN, it has been going on too long between these two teams. They are running dry, so dry that they have nothing left if another team seems to be interested, which could be TODAK. Here comes TODAK slowly approaching on a different angle. 7-9 in trouble. They need to finish things off, but can they reset? TODAK will take this advantage now.
Wow. After such a long battle, we saw 7-9 dried out of resources, finally getting restocked, but I don't think they really have the time to do so. So, right now, the rest of 7-9, they need to cut into these corners where majority of the teams are already in the center of the zone. And TODAK is finally showing a little bit more appearance, trying to flush 7-9 out of position as they move back into the vehicles to try to claim some position of their own. But there's not too many space that is going to be all too safe, so they are still working on terrains.
But Raze is still alive. Raze will change the flow of the game here, depending on whether YOODO Alliance are aware about his position or not. But 7-9 just now was lucky, so darn lucky that TODAK pulled all the way back. It was a bit too late when TODAK finally initiated some engagement to a 7-9 just now. If they're actually pushing way early on, they definitely can take 7-9 down since they're pretty low HP themselves early on. But next we do have YOODO Alliance taking those elevations. Razy is still there, hanging on. TODAK got him themselves the compound. D Xaviers is on the move.
Yeah, and there he's just an absolute survivor, right? Making it into the top 5 already with so many points for Boom. But he's also being spotted out. Damage being done. Right underneath the vehicle is where he hides, but how long can he hide? And that is going to be the 5th position claimed by Boom Esports. I think that was incredible from Razy nonetheless.
Majority Malaysian flags waving here when it comes to the finale with 1D Xaviers to get that one chicken dinner of the day. 16 hand grenades, 1 molly, 17 smoke. Come on, you can do this. But for YOODO Alliance, 7-9 and TODAK, especially YOODO Alliance, they didn't score any for the last round. They needed so much, so bad. Need to rectify the mistake for the last map here just now, but for Jimmy, he's bleeding out. Depth cooking up the nade. Now slowly try to push to a side of Luke. Here comes Yuhai, and can he finish off Jimmy? And 7-9, they're not stopping, not having a second thought, and not even questioning the situation. Just go in and put their brain away.
Now they really depend on Leon, but Leon goes down as well. YOODO Alliance slowly getting overwhelmed by the rest of 7-9. They tried to puncture through into the zone. There's still Olio dropping a couple more in the grenades. When you hear the music, you know it's go time, baby. And 7-9, they know that they do have the numbers advantage. They don't really need to force any measurements at all. I think Luke just behind that stone. He's got no more grenades, but there's one lobbed in from behind.
rock will cover temporarily for the side of Sam9 and YOODO Alliance. Yeah, the terrain is uneven, will have a bit of curvature on the ground. But these Avis 20 hand grenade, when will they start to toss it out? YOODO Alliance in shambles. Now it's down to Olio. It's gonna be Kenny as going for flank side off angle entirely with that coming in from the front. Here comes Sparge. It's a plat! And that's gonna be the loss of YOODO Alliance. These Avis, finally, they are setting out that they are here to win the chicken.
The Savior, they arrived to the scene in style as the member of YOODO Alliance weren't even watching the backs. Not that he can actually do a thing about it. The Savior, they prey onto the weakened side of the Tigers, and now Kenny retaliates, takes on TODAK. There's just two battles happening on each side of the map. And TODAK somehow finding an opening there, and it's between them and DX.
The crossfire between TODAK and Sam9 and also YOODO Alliance giving so much space for these Avis not being spotted out at all. 11 hand grenades, 1 molly. They have more than enough. 15 smokes still in reserve. Lynx a bit isolated from the rest of his teammate. Cleon and Tom playing alongside with the Blues, and which is going to be very risky indeed. We've seen this before. That's how these Avis just throw away the chicken in the last round. This time they're playing in the center. But for these Avis, they're splitting themselves into two sides, two different angles, two formation. They do have the numbers when it comes to manpower, but can they spot the players of TODAK?
Yeah, TODAK's been absolutely sneaky, going on prone. There's a few areas that the Savior has not been able to cover grounds, and that's where they're sending one member on the flank, whereas the 3 members coming in from top side of the hill is gonna see if there's gonna be any area of coverage where they can find something at all. While TODAK putting in the disciplinary moves to hold every form of angle that could come in from the top side of the hill, might be able to spot out something eventually, but DX, I think they know where they're at.
Well, they're pretty much trying to slowly covers all the terrain, every centimeters of the terrain. They're trying to make sure that it's clear. And if it's nobody there, then definitely there's nobody there. But they know it's going to be exactly where they're at the brink of the circle here for TODAK players. But the problem is if they can actually pick out, because they know that Cleon, the rest of TODAK right now have their crossfire already trying to pre-fire as much. The moment they try to pick out, they can see just a tiny pixel of the hand and start to shoot it down. But in between, they do have the airdrop. They can actually utilize that as covers.
Yeah, and they're just being so patient with this play. Nate T, he could be the huge difference maker. He's getting very close to the side of Lynx. And DX, they're slowly choking out any form of position that TODAK can claim. So if there's anyone that could basically open up the rounds for TODAK, it has to be Lynx. Because he's hiding by the shack, he has a little bit more cover as compared to the 2 members. Now with the smokes being popped up as well. Oh, it's just very tight space with a squeeze, and the nades flying in!
Oh, and hitting on Cleon first. It's gonna be go time for these Avis. Virgil spotting out. Tom as well is being eliminated here with the blue zone helping on the side of these Avis. Down to the last play. Finally! A clean win. Welcome back, these Aviers. And look at Lambo's face like, oh, this is how we actually win, not the last one. We played a bit more safe and that's how we actually win. Yeah, you did.
They will be denied no longer. And finally we will win. And also, a back-to-back second place finish. They are looking to be the top team to beat with that huge level of consistency and plenty of eliminations to book off this round with a big fat chicken dinner.
I'm happy that they're not traumatized by the fact they tossed 2 chicken dinners early on out of the window prior to this one. But hey, they secure. Finally, it's Datsun take. Well, it's Datsun to get that chicken. You finally will land 1 for today. It's gonna be Parjin. You did mention Parjin will be the game changer for these Avis based on his position fighting against the players of TODAK just now. Look at his damage output.
Yeah, it's just phenomenal. He's on that AUG just shredding people out there, and he takes the least amount of damage at the same time. I don't know how he does it, and that's why he's a pro player. And with a 27% headshot rate, he's been so sharp on the attack.
I agree. 801 damage with the most eliminations across the board just now. Another player got themselves 6 as well. That means they secure more than 12 elimination, maybe around 13, and that's a big one for these Avis.
Huge round it has been so far, and same goes to the side of 7-9 until the rest of DX just basically had that huge wraparound for the hills. Then they were absolutely overwhelmed, and just look at the resources that 7-9 used even in the fight against Point Donkey. They have definitely got themselves depleted, but they put up such great fights nonetheless. A lot of all these teams are definitely great, and as we take a look at the highlights again.
Today's circle has been absolute garbage for the players, but hey, it's fun for us. 15 eliminations for these Avis, 25 points. I assume there's gonna be a lot of zeros possibly down there.
Yeah, and with this win of a chicken dinner, I think that it's safe to confirm BX into our Super Sunday round yet again. And now with 7-9 TODAK as well as Boom also moving in with those double digits, they are also very well on their way. But when we look into the second page, of course, we have a lot of chasing action in the early game, which sees Roy being taken out very early on. Somehow, FaZe Clan hasn't really got the engines running at all throughout the course of this Friday run.
Roy just being Roy, 2 weeks in a row now. Oh, Roy. That's all I can say for now, but... You know what I mean, man? But speaking of the side of these Avis, they're shooting up to the 4th place with that one huge chicken dinner. Not just they're very consistent regarding their placement points, and they've been playing quite a number of time in the center of the circle, which seems to be very beneficial for most teams that play in the center here. They lasted in the top 4, but the magical number is going to be in the 65, 64, very close for 8th and 9th place now.
That's right, and over onto the middle pack, we are seeing the Infinity making that steady climb upwards into that 16th spot, alongside with VOIN Donkey with the eliminations being acquired. But other than that, we don't really see that many changes, except for teams that are not playing into these maps here with Group A as well as Group B. They will remain stagnant, so some teams are already locked for tomorrow's final hurdles, of course, to get their chance into the Super Sunday again. But Choo, that was a fun round to watch as we see so many battles taking place.
Hey, that's just the epilogue for today, by the way. We haven't gone into the next Erangel, which we do have a break later on. Now the next Erangel will be more than that. Brace yourself, ladies and gents, including Contra. Don't sweat your pants down there. It's definitely going to be a hectic one later on.
That's right. I guess that we're going to take a little bit of a breathing space, and when we do come back, we offer you more action here in the PMSL Southeast Asia Summer 2024.
We haven't got the queue for break yet, by the way.
Well, not yet,
We're waiting
not
for the
yet.
queue. We're waiting for the
don't
queue
worry.
now. It's
But-
all to our producers. Producers,
before
are
we-
we good to go?
I guess we're good in a moment's time. But Razy, he's been crazy on that ambush onto Team Flash. I think that is definitely one of the best moments in that matchup. And not only that, Boom has also managed to make it into a top 5 first in that past round. Well, what can I say?
It's Boom.
It's just incredible.
It's Boom. I mean, like, Boom, a lot of times they've been playing a lot of survival games in Erangel. Always left with a couple of players left, that is. But when it comes to Miramar, it's going to be a different stack entirely. It feels like being possessed or something. And I heard our producer just screaming, no, keep talking. I have to mention it. I mean, like, I can see his bit panic down there when we asked that question. But regarding of that, we still have one more Erangel to go with 2 more Miramar. Now, I'm looking for Boom's performance in Miramar, but for next Erangel, with these Xaviers being so consistently playing in the middle, and so far, I assume most teams will want to get into the center as soon as possible based on how these Xaviers and TODAK have been playing, because they have been quite consistently getting themselves in the top 4 just by placing themselves in the center, and they don't even engage too much early on.
I agree. Like, you take a look at all the past matches for the side of the Savior. I mean, other than some of all these early runs where they're not in the position, the moment that they get their rotation right, all they have to do, plan themselves into a firm area of play, and teams will be running at you. You don't really have to go chasing in until the final few moments where you claim more areas of the zone, and then you just block out all the other teams. I think their formula has worked too well to my liking. Like, I was really surprised nobody has been able to challenge DX in this early rounds. I think teams have tried, but they've failed.
I think from what I've seen, like, these Xaviers didn't play yesterday, by the way. They did. I think they were fighting against a lot of Alter Ego players, and that's how Alter Ego Ares actually play when it comes to yesterday's performance. They always place themselves in the center, and these Xaviers seems to be mirroring regarding that position placement and their timing as well. So I think they definitely have analyzed the entirety of the day prior to today, which was yesterday, regarding how the teams at the very top, how did they actually play? Because right now, like I mentioned earlier on, Alter Ego is the only team that seems to be having the almost absolute perfection when it comes to the performance compared to all the others. Like, even you talked about Boom, when we talked about VOIN, or like another team that's pretty strong out there, which is going to be TALON, even Vampires don't have the consistency as Alter Ego does.
Yeah, and I guess that this is where there is that formula for teams to be able to reap rewards out of. I think that certain teams have also emulated that. I think Sem9 for today has been doing so. So we'll see whether if there's going to be more. And this time we're not trolling you. We're going to take a break. And when we come back, we'll go to our final matchup of Erangel. So stay tuned.
Hi everyone, today we'll be going over the specific changes of the new motor glider. Let's check it out. First, the new motor glider comes with pitch assistance. What this means is that during takeoff, once you reach a certain speed, it will automatically climb and achieve liftoff. Once airborne, tap to accelerate and slide the wheel back at the same time to travel along the ground. Next, let go of the throttle during flight and the glider will maintain its altitude while gradually reducing its speed to 60 km per hour and engage autopilot. Sliding the wheel forward during flight will cause the glider to pitch up and ascend, and sliding the wheel back during flight gradually pitches the glider downward to approach the ground. Furthermore, when turning left and right during flight, the glider will level itself off. The body of the glider and camera angle will tilt for greater immersion. The view of the ground has also been upgraded to better help players observe their surroundings while turning. Let go to stop turning, and the glider will stabilize on its own. As for landing, after descending to a certain altitude, the glider will disengage autopilot to help you slow down and land. Lastly, if we keep pitching the nose up, the glider will end up upside down. Flying upside down will cause the glider to enter an automatic descent, making it much harder to control. It's a real test of skill. So, the new motor glider is now easier to control for better playability, with greatly improved user experience. We're sure you'll have a great time with the new motor glider. That's all for now. See you next time.
Wow, what a lively sky treasure ship! So many lights and people.
Yeah, every shop is full of color. Let's look around.
Welcome to the Golden Moon Cloud Market! Haha!
You can light the ship's magic lamp each day to get paradise tokens. During certain periods, there will also be a lucky box drop. The Sky Treasure Ship contains loads of great gifts. Come peruse the various stores and go home with your bags full.
When completing various adventures in Sky High Spectacle, don't forget to head to the Treasure Emporium for the Golden Moon Paradise Crate, as well as tons of Paradise tokens that await you.
Join a new round of popularity battle. Work together with your friends to unlock the 1001 Nights lobby theme, moonlight background, and other great Golden Moon gifts.
Happy 6th anniversary! Here! Not only can you revisit your past year's game data, you can also play a 6th anniversary exclusive target shooting minigame. Head to World of Wonder to check it out. While playing, you can redeem the 6th anniversary theme song as well. The Palace Musician set for free. Awesome!
Choose your exploration path onto the sky-high spectacle Nimbus Islands. Collect your discoveries as you go. Spend more Paradise tokens to aid you in your treasure hunt.
What's this?
Wow! A secret shop!
During the event, purchase items recommended by the genie at discounted prices. You'll also receive additional surprise gifts.
Huge discounts up to 80% off. Come have a look.
What are you waiting for?
everyone, after the last video, I'm sure you already have a basic understanding of the game. Survival, competition, social interaction, and easy to pick up controls, these are what sets PUBG Mobile apart. First, as a battle royale game, survival is of utmost importance. There are multiple maps to play on, and each map is unique. Players can come up with different survival strategies for each map. Besides the blue zone mechanics, this is a completely open battleground. It's free of restrictions. Use your imagination to eliminate enemies and become the last one standing. Combat is also one of the core traits of PUBG Mobile. We have all kinds of weapons available. These weapons let players battle in any environment. You can be a sniper or storm the front lines with an assault rifle or shotgun. Furthermore, there are also protective gear, consumables, items, vehicles, and more. The comprehensive supplies available ensure a fulfilling combat experience. Our game has multiplayer modes with teams where you can invite friends to play together. Enjoy the thrill of PvP battles. Come up with strategies with teammates, find items for each other, and take up complementary positions. Try to make it to the end together. You can also go at it alone and carry yourself to victory. Lastly, we also have some simple tutorials for beginners in the game. There are no prerequisites, and they're super short. Learn how to play in a flash. We're still planning to release more guides detailing all kinds of neat tips and tricks to help players quickly familiarize with the game. Becoming a skilled PUBG Mobile player is super simple. Boot up the game and play now.
everyone, and now I'm here with Big TR Starless, right? Starless.
Yeah.
Okay.
Starless.
Starless. Okay. You guys must make it into the Super Sunday in order to collect league point for grand final. Could you share with us your mindset for this week?
Oke, buat pasukan BTR itu harus masuk ke Super Sunday biar bisa dapetin lebih banyak lagi overall liga poinnya itu. Bisa nggak cerita sedikit apa mindset anak-anak di sini sekarang?
Kalau untuk itu sih kayaknya yang lain pada mau last chance. Tapi dari diriku pengen langsung ke Super Sunday sih. Biar kita juga bisa banyak nonton dari tim-tim lain biar ke final nanti udah lebih lancar lah.
If you ask me about this particular thing, I think most of my teammates wanted to play on last chance. But for me, I personally would love to go directly to Super Sunday. It's because of I still can watch a lot of teams and then I can study them in order to play very well in grand final.
So prefer no last chance.
Yeah.
Okay. I hope you got a fast pass. Some fans are comparing a lot between your team and AE. Is there any words to AE that is the top one now?
Oke, sekarang netizen di luar sana, bocah-bocah di luar sana itu lagi membandingin lah antara BTR dan juga AE. Ada nggak sedikit kata-kata yang mau disampaikan ke AE yang sekarang berada di posisi 1?
Kalau untuk itu sih nggak ada sih. Cuman mau kasih kata-kata semangat aja. Apalagi kan sekarang lagi di atas. Takutnya ya terlalu enak di atas terus jatuh sakit juga kan. Jadi ya dari aku mengingatkan aja sih. Apalagi kan ada Rosemary kan sama-sama Manado. Tunggu aku di final ya, anjir.
Okay, to Alter Ego, I don't have any bad word to say to them. I just want to cheer them up. I just want to remind them that whenever you on top, whenever you fall down, it's gonna be hurt for you. So be careful. And to Rosemary, you are same district with me in Indonesia back then. So I'll meet you in grand final.
Wow, watch your back and meet you at grand final. Thank you, BTR Starlets, to join us for the interview. And now it's time for highlights. See you.
What an interview that was with Starless. And of course, it's always lovely to have our dear host Bo as well as our dear Jangs to be the translator. Now we go back into the journey so far today. It's been a beautiful run for BTR and even more so for the side of DX as well, as they start off their journey into the rounds in Sanok with high flying colors and also having a lot of frags to book out with.
But it's quite interesting, the interview, the takeout that I actually get is actually very two different perspectives coming up from BTR's lineup. Some of them do want to play last chance stage. Some of them, including Satar, do want to go straight into Super Sunday. I do get the sentiment from both perspectives, by the way, because if you get to play last chance stage, you get to play more games to warm up to the grand finals, right? But it's already week 3. For me personally, I do prefer Satar's opinion regarding that you definitely want to have a bit of a break in between. But yeah, I don't know. Both way works, I guess.
Indeed, and I guess like maybe he just wants to carry on with a momentum heading into the Sunday round in order to continue on with spree. But with the likelihood to be able to watch teams along the journey is even more vital, where you get so much information. And just look at the stats right now, BTR is definitely looking to be in a good shape to really challenge teams, even in the grand finals already, I would say.
But for BTR, they're still being pushed down from going straight to Super Sunday with 11th placement, compared with Team Flash, which currently at 9th placement. Both teams are very close when it comes to the overall rankings just now. But when it comes to elimination of points, you have to give it to BTR. They're definitely more aggressive. But just now, congratulations, Xavier's. We're looking at the numbers looking pretty good up there. 2,223 for their damage output, which is pretty much the standard par or the normal standard of the entirety of this season. But the rest of the team, look at the gap between here, contra VOIN, Donkey, 1.2. It's still a bit of a gap, the stretch between the first and fourth place.
Yeah, and those damage being done were basically telling you that they were involved into so many of all these battles as well as pickoffs, And one person that's really stood out in that past round of Erangel was Parajin. And other than that, Set9 was just holding no stops to just launching attacks against Point Donkey and so many more. And now to the final match of Erangel. Oh, this is definitely going to be a really good game.
It's going to be an explosive one indeed, and we're looking forward for the last wrangle for the group stage between Group A versus Group B. But man, today's circle, it has been incredibly rough for the players, but it's definitely entertaining for us. And speaking of which, we talked about top 8 going straight into the Super Sunday. These Avians definitely already secured that one now. They already pushed themselves way up there in the top 5, so it's pretty okay for them to drop just one ball, probably just one, because the gap in between from, I say, 4th place, including the Xaviers up there, down to probably the 13th, 12th place, still reachable. It's still swappable between the teams.
Indeed, and from that point onwards, I guess that there's also certain teams that we didn't really expect to struggle so much through the run of the day. Has been some of the time teams like the Infinity as well as FaZe Clan, which are sitting around the middle of the pack, right? I think like this is also very concerning, though some of them may have already gotten just about enough points to get by. It's definitely not the best of look, especially when you want to be battle ready for the Super Sunday.
Speaking of the Super Sunday, we definitely have 100% confirmation when it comes to the top 3 teams in overall Week 3 group stage already booked for the Super Sunday, which can be Alter Ego, Talon, and Vampires. I love the fact that Satan mentioned, and Alter Ego, you guys have been up there. If you fall, it's going to be painful because you guys are way high up there. But speaking of all the other teams at the very bottom, now we definitely highlight a lot when it comes to the teams that are performing here. But what about the teams that are not under the spotlight? A GEEK fam, they had a great run, but then they dropped the ball.
Yeah, GEEK fam, we started off with that chicken dinner, and then from that point onwards, it didn't seem like we have gotten too much of a great action other than our first map of the Erangel with about 4 points, and other than that, it's been early exits for them. So I'm really hoping that they would still be able to put up some good scores for the course of what we have for today, because up next, Miramar is not going to give them any form of leeway, because from track record, we have not really seen them score great results in that map.
There's a lot of teams that seems to be struggling, including PIGMY, one of them. They were one of the teams that's being executed by, if I'm not mistaken, was another Indonesian team, whether it was VOIN, Donkey, or was it Boom just now, one of them. But also speaking of another team, VOIN Donkey, they're also not in the safe spot to be comfortable here. We're talking about the league points for grand finals. But still we have last chance stage later on, which can be another second chance for the teams that didn't make it through straight in the Super Sunday. But the points will be carried forward for the last chance stage, which is going to be tomorrow. So they need to gain as much as they can still here for the teams at the very bottom.
That's right, and now with everything on the line, oh, it's really looking really tough for these guys out there. But with some of these teams only getting one entry into those past Super Sundays, they are definitely hoping that they will get there again, for them to just get that free access to qualify and knock down those that have not been there before, to be of no yielding purpose heading into all these other matchups, because they will basically qualify for that Sunday run. And here we are, ready for our final Erangel battle before we head into the weekends. This is the PMSL Southeast Asia Summer 2024.
Speaking of summer, that's going to be the exact statement for this very map. It's going to be hot, it's going to be heated up, and it's going to be fried for the teams that's coming in very late. We talked about being center of the circle. We have so many northern, pretty much almost the same direction, but it's just different kind of whether you go up or you go down for the flight path for the entire day here.
Yeah, other than the one that's inside of Sonoska military base, I guess like the teams are already pretty accustomed to how to exactly play out some of all these fields. It's just that these early rotations, they got to still weather the storm or just have a cleaner entry into some passages without getting caught out, because I've seen teams like, you know, EA throughout the course of the day just getting yeeted off the map just like that. You don't want that to happen, especially when you are starting off of Stalwart Kameshi. That's one of the safest place possible. So they should find an opening space later in the game, which would expect them to do so.
I don't know if they've been yeeted out by another team, but mostly they booted out by themselves by the plays over, by the way, because of how slow they're taking the rotation in. And the thing is, they didn't even hit the circle. And speaking of the circle, that's gonna be fun, man. What a treasure day. A versus B, I think it's pretty much cursed between these two groups playing for today. The circle is just, my god.
So Choo Choo, is it gonna be mainland or island this time? Because I'm still feeling like it's the island. Oh, what say you?
I personally feel like a lot of teams will try to park themselves around the coastline of Ferry Pier or along that shoreline, because that's going to be one of the most favorite places for the teams that don't know or can't decide to go SMB or Main Peninsula. And one of those teams will be YOODO Alliance. Usually they will get there as soon as possible, or maybe even FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan slightly a bit later usually, and also possibly along the process it's gonna be one of the Indonesian teams, perhaps VOIN Donkey, because I don't see Boom coming into that kind of compound due to how they love a bit more open space than blocking themselves from going anywhere. Because if they play around the coastline of Ferry Pier, there's a lot of rocks in between there somewhere, and you have to just hang on to that and have abundance of smoke just in case you need to get out, because there's pretty much a flat field across there.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. And from the likelihood of what this circle offers, I think that BTR can just execute that same plan. The last we saw them play out this type of circle, they move into the riverside over onto the mainland and just wait it out until they need to cross. And once they do, they dock by pretty much safely into the territories to play this one out. Meanwhile, all eyes on DX yet again, as we have the team to be on a good track record. 2 second place finishes, 1 chicken dinner in the past round. At this time, Roy's traveling very early. And there is BTR. Instead of waiting by the river, they are already into Nova Repnoye, and it's first blood for TODAK.
Noah, sneaky indeed. For Noah and the rest of Roy, this is the issue coming up from the side of Roy, right? They always separate it way early on, and they're just too far to reach out when they need help. But Noah is on the other end. They are gonna. He's definitely following the tails of TODAK. Boom just arrived. Noah just missed a tiny bit of time there. If he actually overstays himself just 1 more millisecond, he's done. But speaking of which, we do have bridge campers probably now.
Oh boy, I'm not sure if Roy will be able to withstand the heat that Boom Esports can offer. So it's wise they pulled away from the bridges instead. Now let's take a look at the replay again, how this first blood happens. Oh, on a hightail run. And Iftar just did him dirty like that. Wow. This early game island endings, man, I tell you.
What's happening to this replay? I'm curious. That's just it. For Roy, you know, the biggest concern coming up from Roy is there's so many things they need to rectify. There's so many factors that kind of affect the gameplay here. Like I mentioned before, they probably overwhelmed with, wow, there's a lot of bikes in there.
Oh boy.
They stored the bike in the car just now. I think they did. It's a foldable bike.
I think so. Well, I guess they're definitely on an adventure. They're hoping to go, what, mountain hiking, and then after that, it feels like the Iron Man challenge. You know, one thing's lacking is the swimming. They might need to swim over the river if the circle ends up back in the mainland.
And speaking of teams that's not swimming, they definitely go in straight into SMB. These gonna be 2 teams. Lumer. You look at how far Noah is at right now. It's 2v1 and he's just cornered himself down. It's pretty much straightforward for Roy. Boom just secured an easy elimination out of that, but still clipped quite a damage down there. First 8 nowhere to be seen by Boom. They skip entirely looting FaZe for Boom. They're just gonna go straight for SMB.
Yeah, it has worked out very, very well for them according to plan. All they needed was firepower, ammunitions, and that's it. They're on the hunt. They know that Nola is going to be separated from the rest of the pack, and they can start looting up around this military base. And the moment that they got just about enough resources, they could just chase down the file member Roy or just do it from the get-go. Wow, TODAK here has been doing a lot in the early game. That's, what, another point?
I think they probably breached camping by now. Maybe that's the case. We don't have any info regarding position. Oh, never mind. It's actually they going for the rigs around this warehouse where PIGMY, bit surprised I guess. TODAK just arrived. If I'm not mistaken, PIGMY do love this place when it comes to this sort of circle. But the problem with PIGMY, they didn't expect somebody coming in here so early with Cleon tossing a nade. Billboard fought back. But they couldn't find the last player of PIGMY yet.
Yeah, he's just turning all around to get some good angles against TODAK. TODAK does know that he's going to be on the other kill end of it. Some good shots, but not quite enough. Just in the nick of time to save his teammate. Like he says, you know what? I'm just going to go for it. As the pressure's on, he still doesn't find it. And his teammate just died for it.
Iftar cancelled completely. When the moment he saw that DBS coming and running over his side, he just cancelled that mollies completely there. Now trying to find Jabranki. Jabranki making it so difficult for TODAK. That kind of hurt them quite a bit when he comes trying to revive. We managed to get back as a 4. Here comes a jump shot and that's some deal for TODAK. Great start. PIGMY. What happened to them? They are pretty okay when it comes to week number 1.
Yeah, and now they look like they just lost any idea on how to basically take some of all these early battles. And honestly, he could have revived his teammate. He ditched it. He wants to take up the fight against Iftar. He didn't win the trade. And they end up on the deficit. He should have actually gotten in for the revive because why? Cleon on the other side is already going for revives. So you're going to be pretty much a member down regardless of the situation. And now we have another different one.
It was a 2v1. I kind of understand that he heard those audio cues, the footsteps running over that side. So he's kind of not sure about if he tried to just bring back the members on their feet. It's gonna be the other one of TODAK will shoot them down. Well, circle is it? It is what it is. Contra. What a good circle. Good, you know, with an air quote there.
Yep, it is perfect for all of the spectators, but not so much for the players right now dealing with whatever the situation is. Lapar is gonna be able to get one member out of the side of VOIN Donkey. And BTR, that will be their first corner in. Whereas, it's been taking a long time. Satar does find another. Razak's gonna be down as the rest of VOIN Donkey. They're cornered up by the edge of the island. And they're just gonna take a dive for it. Okay, I think BTR,
might as well.
They're just gonna seal the deal.
Might as well. I will deny. I cannot die in the hands of you people. I'm willing to just take my point away and just deny the points. But speaking of BTR, they're taking a bit longer rotations here, but at least they got some loot on the side. Because last time we saw Boom, due to how they skipped the looting phase entirely, just go straight to SMB. They barely have anything.
Yeah, this is that perfect time for them to go in for those full stock. There's plenty of gears to go around inside of that military base sector. Meanwhile, FaZe Clan have finally arrived at the scene. A lot of teams now have been able to move their way past. But as for XERXIA, they're taking the slow approach, coming in from what I do believe to be the edge of Primos to get into the island. So they will have to utilize whatever health packs that they do get along the way. Meanwhile, for the rest of DX, they're also firmly planted, just waiting by the edge of the bridge. And any teams that will have to run from any gunfire on that bridge will be running to DX, so very nicely planned.
Yep, they're thinning out the crowd by just staying around the edges and wait around the bridge area. But Sam9, well, they will part ways against FaZe Clan, but it seems like they're walking straight into Roy. That's going to be the 2 remaining members of Roy still alive, which are going to be Noah and Tusk. Now, Noah Roy. Roy's just... I wish they can stick as a 4 for once, you know, at least in Miramar map later for Roy.
Yeah, I hope so too. And with 2 members already out, I would consider them to have very little contribution into what really happens in this round itself. Of course, they can try to survive to the tail end of it, but I don't expect high numbers to be churned out of this map of Erangel for the rest of Roy, unfortunately. GEEK fam out in the open though, and the rest of FaZe Clan has already claimed this territory. It's gonna be hard for GEEK fam to really find a good spot of their own, considering that there was one map in particular that time that it ended up in the island once more in the Erangel. GEEK fam got caught up by over-rotating, so I hope they don't commit the same mistakes twice.
Well, at least they're quite in the center, but the problem is it's going to be only 50% of water in there and 50% of land left, 55%, making it slightly more towards land side. But XERXIA, we talked about the edge play where there's going to be a lot of very steep slopes and you know,
He threw a buggy for
he
that.
just tossed his buggy. It's a useless buggy. Go away. But for VOIN, this is where things get really difficult because of how I think he accidentally jumped there. I don't know what really happened, but look at the taunt. My god. And looking at the twins playing when it comes to the final week here, it seems like this is going to be the main roster probably for even the grand finals.
Very likely the case, as we can definitely see a very strong synergy coming in from the team. Of course, putting the brothers aside, they really work together well with Satar to enable him to do as much damage as possible over on the front lines. And over on the side of Boom, it seems like Roy has been able to do some chip damage. Other than that, Boom Esports, they can go in for the reset. I don't think that Roy will be moving away from the sniper bunker just yet, as they're just by the edge of the circle, but the rest of Boom, they can turn the other way around.
But knowing Boom, they might want to check this sniper tower, or even if not, it's not Boom, somebody will try to check this tower, because we do know the top teams up there, they are the type of teams that will try to clear and try to make sure everything is clear before they stop to move as well. But on the side of Boom, I guess you were right. They definitely don't want to waste any more time because the circle shifted away from them early on. Definitely heard some warning shots from YOODO Alliance possibly, or even a different team, but XERXIA just gonna play the hide and seek game. Peekaboo, I see you.
Yeah, and that's just right underneath where GEEK fam's planned it out, so they could just be like, what, a frog underneath a lotus leaf, whatever you want to call it. I don't know how to translate that Malay proverb into English, unfortunately, but they're just gonna hide and seek for a little bit while TODAK tries to trade with GEEK fam.
TODAK. Oh, what a shot! And this is an awkward angle as well. It's not an easy angle for XERXIA. He landed that shot and those nades probably. On the side of TODAK, they're definitely surprised by the presence of XERXIA by now. Did not know that there's somebody else sharing the same steep here, very steep slopes around their corner. And also GEEK fam might steal this away if they can just visualize the knockdown plays, but they managed to get a reset there.
Yeah, it's a really tough area of terrain, but look at the nade from RNJ. They're just bringing pain everywhere that TODAK turns. And it seems like this will go on for a very long time. The good news is that these 3 teams, they can battle as long as they want. The circle's upon them. Meanwhile, the rest of the teams, it's gonna have a trickier time. Because heading into this direction, there's barely any covers from the mainland.
There was a three-way crossfire. Wait, there was a three-way crossfire around, I think, going into this island, because Team Flash, PEA, also Sam9 were actually fighting at the same time, and we'd have these Evas versus another lot of team. Look at the colors on the mini-map. Oh my god.
Oh boy. This is what I was expecting all these teams to do. They rush into the circle and now find themselves in the middle of nowhere. Boom! They arrive to the scene to also challenge GEEK fam. So this entire sector of the corner is being surrounded. As you can see, plenty of colors on that mini-map. Meanwhile, Boom is only down to 1, so that's a desperate play coming from him.
Or they did with FaZe before. I don't think that's desperate yet. We're gonna have to wait and see can Yummy actually do what FaZe can do. But MORPH and YOODO Alliance seems to be having a bit of a trade here. Leon's trying to just take on MORPH head on, but it didn't work out well. YOODO Alliance just losing their members so fast, leaving only with the MVP player, which is gonna be Addict Luke left to do all the work by himself.
Still does a lot of damage, but not enough to take 0 down. Sam9 bowing out with 5 coins in total, but Sam9 still has a little bit more of these members inside the shack, being forced through by PEA, and Sam9 prevails.
TODAK versus D-Xavier. Sam9 trying to have a bit of reset before BTR coming into. They're kind of crammed down between two teams. D-Xavier and BTR behind their necks. Never mind, there's also FaZe Clan down there. And BA Traxi, the IGL couldn't hold through, but PA at least they have some progress. They scored themselves one elimination, but unfortunately they placed worse than before. Sam9 on the other hand, they need to make it fast. Here comes BTR.
Yeah, they just arrived at the scene. XERXIA, Satar coming in from 2 different angles as well. He's got the barrel at the ready, and Sam9 is still trying to recover from that. There's no time. XERXIA's already in. Going for the flush as the big Nate clips onto Kenny. Now it's really only Yuhai to be healthy as his ex-teammate is just piling in the pressure. And Sam9 is gone.
8 eliminations. That's still a big amount of eliminations, but 10 for BTR. This guy's just being possessed here when it comes to the final Erangel map, knowing the fact they do have more comfortable zone and a more confident plays for BTR when it comes to Erangel map compared to Miramar. So they're trying to get as much as they can. But for these Xaviers, they're down to only 2 players. Now that one particular player, pretty low himself. They got 1 knockdown. They still can revive due to the distance between them and the rest of the team. But we look at a lot of mountain climbers or mountain hiders.
It feels like they're just enjoying the sea breeze, taking a good view, like this is Bali of some sort, but newsflash, this isn't gonna be as chill in a moment's time, because some of these guys, they're pretty much stuck. Lobby's got nowhere to go. And there goes Roy, 10th position, at least a little something for them. But boy, BTR is turning up the heat right here. And one more shack for the side of the X2 hideout. All the members are in there because
they
BTR is giving no space at all.
They love the small shacks. The small shacks meant for these Xaviers, okay? They're born for this. But for the other teams, this is quite concerning of why. If the circle shifted away, it's gonna be half of the populations down due to how they're just hugging the walls here or hugging the rocks that they kind of not playing in the zone. Probably in the next few circles. Hopefully, we pray that everybody still covers by the next circle. But RNJ spotted out. Yummy man! We talked about Boom with 1 player left. Boom! 1 player or not, they still try to get those elimination numbers up.
Wow, Yummy so daring to go in for the peak as well as takedown. Well, it's really interesting what Infinity is doing. They're just swimming across, taking their sweet time to maybe wrap down towards the southern end. And lo and behold, stage 5 and we're already down to only 24 players left. Super rapid round it has been as teams are trying to battle for cover. Tiger X versus iZane. These two going neck and neck, but he's light! Oh, maybe it's intentional, maybe. I give him that benefit of the doubt.
I don't know, man. It's quite slippery down here. We're gonna have to wait and see. Hopefully we get some interviews later on. But GEEK fam, they're being forced to break their formation, but we're gonna go back to the Battle of the Center. These Xavier, despite they got that small shack, this time the shack will not be enough to just take cover for all 3 players of these Xaviers that remain on the side of, in the center of the circle. But BTR, look at how they open up the space. They try to dominate and capitalize over the eastern side of the circle, but they do have another contender next. FaZe Clan seems to be pressuring BTR from afar.
Yeah, eventually we'll close in, so BTR, if they want to wrap up this fight, they have to do it quick. Meanwhile, Satar still knows that they're hiding in the shack somewhere, and XERXIA will try to give him a little bit more enforcement. Is it going to lock perfectly in there? It will actually do some chip damage, but not enough to take DX down just yet. As they go in for a little bit of a exchange somehow through the smoke. He can't see anything, but he lands it on Satar.
The nade will be the last one for Levi, or aka Shadows here. I'm not sure about Lamborghini's side, but Lambo, he didn't have his helmet. He definitely don't have his helmet anymore. Lapar, couple of tap actually connects. My God, that very small window. Lapar just landed a couple of shots that's hurting quite a number of damage to the side of Shadows. But BTR, they're attracting too much attention at the same time because Mormon seems to be very interested to take a backstab here against BTR.
Yeah, and I don't think that they're checking that angle because Zuxi and Zatar, they're more focused onto DX at the moment. Zuxi now sent towards the back. I think he knows, which is why he's putting his smoke all the way towards the back. Izay now finding a little something as well, pinning down one member inside of Infinity. Well, I guess Infinity also have some dilemma on their side. While the rest of FaZe Clan, that's an open northern point. Because everybody's just hugging by the rim of the shore. It just feels like it's just BTR versus DX versus FaZe Clan at this moment.
Dizavis, Lamborghini. Well, they have nothing left, but they do have 8 hand grenades for Lambo, though. There's going to be a lot of team death boxes slaying around. We see a couple of death boxes just across Lamborghini as well. But for Luxy, BTR trying to reserve and not using too much to just toss around and wasting their utilities too much. But I think BTR had it enough. They want to go for the push. They don't want to go and play hide and seek between these two teams anymore. They're done with being shy. Now they're speaking out loud, advancing. Look at the nade spray cook and being tossed to his Lambo. He'll be hit here. Double nade down, didn't connect. Another one will actually almost eat out Lamborghini alive.
And they're just really playing so well until this point where Shadows moved out of the shack. And there we go. Luxy with a fire in the hole. What
is this battle, man? What is this? What can we commentate about this? There's nothing to say except for there's Rock here, there's Rock there, there's also Izane here, and it's gonna be Infinity be fished out by MORPH and Izane. It's about who's looking at who first.
Yeah, he's actually deciding for a wraparound. That gives the points away to MORPH, and MORPH jumps in the water. What the heck is going on, guys? And Tiger says, okay, I might need to jump in as well, but I can't afford to do so because the rim of the circle is upon me. If I go down, I won't be able to come back up. He understands that. Thank you very much. But I don't know about MORPH here. It's Hazel, and he's just trying to put this nade through, but
no, impossible at this point. You have to just wait it out. Hazel still secures that one, but back towards Infinity. The moment you drop yourself, it's gonna be the abyss down there. There's no way up anymore. Tiger don't want to join the swimming team down there. GEEK fam have to be extra careful. If they've been surprised, they shook to the core and slightly just having a bit of a rough time to control their fingers during their playing.
Yeah, and to my surprise, GEEK fam's doing so well by the shore, right? Although they could have actually walked away with a little bit more points. Here comes Yummy again. He strikes down one member of the side of BTR, and that gives them even more troubles facing against FaZe Clan as Warren has already gone down. But I would say Mela definitely is keeping up with the pressure here, and in fact, he's the last one standing.
He's running out of hand grenades, trying to keep BTR from advancing, but it's going to be only Lapan left. He needs to reach out to Onzens, but I'm not sure if there's anybody behind them. There's definitely nobody, so he can actually go and revive. But maybe he's kind of insecure regarding La Paz utilities. He's kind of worried if he's going to drop a big one. And they seem to be stacked up here. And he's definitely cooking it. Look at this one. If it's dropping straight. Oh, lucky enough for the side of Miller. Oh, that's so close.
But it does seem to chip onto Onsense. They should be able to go for a little bit more of that reset. So FaZe Clan will be back up to 3 members now. Meanwhile, BTR, they took on so many battles already. And look at that, 14 points already, capping the highest amount of eliminations in this match.
Thanks to all the teams that's quite busy being cavemen down there.
It's like, we take whatever's on land. Any open space, it's BTR's.
The sort of GEEK fam, they laugh at the coastline just now. Definitely don't want to play the edge game anymore, but they split themselves into two sides here. Two playing in the center, the other two just gonna fish out whoever's actually playing the cave area or around the rock. There's not even a cave down there. But FaZe Clan Moment still managed to reset the entire crew. Well, they lost Vintorius, but it's gonna be Onzons and Mela back on their feet. Mela managed to revive on Moment and Onzons. But back towards the fight against BTL, but here comes the rest of GEEK fam. They're joining in the center.
GEEK fam, they finally decided, okay, we're done with the shore. The coast literally is clear. Or so to speak, Hazel is bleeding out the zone already. Let's count that out. Okay, the coast is definitely clear. So that's your 4 teams right now. GEEK fam, full squad standing in the way. FaZe Clan has a chance to challenge that later on. But it's going to be Iftar, the final member of TODAK, down and out through the smoke. Beautiful spray coming from Audrey.
BTR. That one last player, Lapa, has been holding on for such a long time by himself. Despite he got a couple of members of FaZe Clan knocked down early on, now here comes GEEK fam. If GEEK fam happen to be engaging towards FaZe Clan first, then Lapa actually do have a shot at winning the chicken.
There might just be a chance, but I saw a grenade being tossed towards the side. So the rest of FaZe Clan, I guess they'll do diligence to check, I want to say diligence, and my, that's a beautiful day from Danru, and BTR have already counted out their run. Now, tree versus tree with one member knocked down from the side of GEEK fam that can be revived. There's plenty of space to work with while Audrey tries to go in for attack. Options will find Izane, so it will be a confirmed 3v3.
GEEK fam, can they score another chicken here? They just finally have the debut for chicken when it comes to today, week number 3, day number 3. But they want to score another. High chance they can, but it depends on their utilities. Right now, hand grenade not so much on their side, but they do have abundance of smoke. But on the side of FaZe, they have the upper hand of the damage output, because definitely the molly will actually help so much. They got a bit of reloot when it comes to hand grenade as well, taking it to 2 hand grenades. Now it's down to Sonics to open up the angles for the team, but I think he's been discovered and shot down. Mela spot him out from that distance.
What an angle was that? Like, from a tiny little pixel, he managed to bring that member down on the side of GEEK fam, and things are looking really bleak with the push coming in from side Mela. He's got the MG3 at the ready. He's pretty much going to shred, even if they're on wheels.
We missed this Mela for such a long time. Finally, we get to see him play like this again. It's been such a long time to see Mela doing so much work for FaZe Clan. Finally, he's on the rise here, but they're trying to just divide the attention of FaZe Clan, making them confused regarding the position, with one on vehicle and Audrey trying to do some revival to a side of Sonics just to make sure they have the upper hand and a bit more manpower to just box into a side of FaZe Clan. But Onzons and Mela, will they allow them to do so?
Well, I don't think that they're going to give them any form of leeway at all, especially now that they do have a lot of crates that they could just go in for restocks. And Mela so far has taken so much spacing. GEEK fam, although they have tried to open up that space, they just keep getting picked off. So Sonics is down. And now it's the advantage in the hands of FaZe Clan. And they're just going to wait it out. They don't really have to force the issue against the rest of GEEK fam.
The curvature of the terrain make it so difficult for the teams to see the other side of the hill there. So it's down to the place of the hand grenades and smokes, possibly, where GEEK have none at this point. But running dry is going to be FaZe Clan as well. They have to move first, probably on that side Mela. But GEEK fam only down to 2 players. If they try to march forward, they pretty much cover pretty well for the side of FaZe Clan. Their formation is pretty perfect.
Yeah, it's a very wide angle coverage. And Mela, he's just gonna be able to hold the direct center of it all. Damroot, he's got to get a little bit closer at some point in the game. And this kind of split between him as well as Audrey will not supplement one another. So things are definitely looking to be so difficult as these guys go proning. It's gonna take a while, but FaZe Clan, I fancy their chances here to close it out.
It won't be long now. I feel like Mela definitely, when it comes to game instincts and game sense, he knows there's gonna be somebody around the tree. And the blue zone pretty much already covers the tree right now. There's only 2 trees remaining. One of them And Audrey and Damroot slowly being chipped off bit by bit. They know exactly the direction, the angles, and that's gonna be the last of the hand grenade clip down on Audrey, down to Damroot. They finally get themselves chicken in for FaZe Clan. It's been a while. We have the ties to secure the chicken dinner here today.
And finally they do. FaZe Clan, I was scrutinizing them earlier to the day where they didn't manage to get much done, but they finally got the better of it on the second half. And what more can they offer in Miramar as well, as this big win will give them a little bit more of a reprieve heading into the upcoming matches.
But today's circle, oh my god.
I'm pretty sure the teams, they're glad that Erangel is over. It's done. It's a wrap.
That's why I worry for the teams that playing around the coastline, just hanging on those very slippery edges, because the moment that Circle shifted away, all of them are done. Done, completely done. But you have to give it to Mela. He did so much work. He did so much opening. Despite GEEK Fam got the upper hand before with the 4, but because of Mela tossing the nade and finish off another play from the off angle, that gave them the opportunity to secure this chicken dinner.
Yeah, that was perfect, especially with GEEK Fam having no clue of the whereabouts of FaZe Clan members are. They were playing by the shore most of the time. And Mela, he was so proactive, he was so sharp. He has definitely done a whole lot, especially damaging members of the side of BTR. I think that's the most important part, because BTR, they took control of that zone for the longest of time.
Well, BTR is just playing the center all the time. GEEK Fam, on the other hand, when we talked about numbers, BTR definitely scores the most out of all the teams out here. They don't even need the chicken to secure number 1 in this match standings later on, which they score around, what, 15, 14, around there somewhere. GEEK Fam kind of half the amount of eliminations too. They pretty much split it into 2 parts, where another half is just go straight into the edges or around the coastline, while the other 2 going into the center. But let's rewatch the craziest circle we had in Erangel.
And that was the rounds concluded inside of Erangel. BTR, like you said, never really needed a chicken dinner with that 14 racks that they picked up in that round, adding up to 19. FaZe Clan with a beautiful chicken dinner. They move in from the north side, being absolutely cleared up, as they will share that 15 point with GEEK Fam, and TODAK was definitely a surprise to withstand a lot of all that trade over on that coastline. and survive to tell the tale to the top 4.
5 teams with 0. These Avies, well, they are the shackers, I guess. They love those shacks so much, but didn't score any. It didn't work out as they planned, like how they had in the first 2 Erangels earlier today. 5 teams with so many zeros, but this just pushed BTR all the way up from 10th place before, and they were straight up to 4th based on their elimination numbers just now. Push down, boom. But the gap is just too small. TODAK and IQOO is not safe down to even to these Avies. It still can be pushable when it comes to the swapping later.
That's right, and now they are the leader of this Group A-B battle. And now things are looking to be very worrying for an RRQ that has been holding on with those games already concluded in Group C. Now they're on that borderline of the top 8, so with these 2 maps, I think it's very possible that teams can push RRQ into the last chance.
Well, that's the worst part of playing it, not playing the last day of the group stage, because it's nothing that you can control when it comes to the teams that suddenly just shoot up in the last day. Audrey, GEEK Fam, today has been their rise, a tremendous progress here coming from GEEK Fam, but you have to give it to Lapoy as well. BTR, definitely one of the most aggressive round they had.
It definitely was, and maybe there were certain angles that they could have covered a little bit better as they funneled a lot of resources into DX, which wasn't exactly the cleanest push possible. And after that, they were susceptible for a lot of flanks to happen from the edges. But despite all of that, BTR still did the most amount of damage. Meanwhile, the king of the coast has to be GEEK Fam. They were guarding it with their lives at stake to be able to take charge and had those full squad to last to the top 2. And to me, it's surprising that FaZe Clan, they weren't part of all these shenanigans. And damage numbers probably low, but they got the chicken dinner.
Yeah, and TODAK as well. And TODAK was actually the runner-up for the Coast Guard competition just now. But today has been crazy when it comes to the circle. We have different flags. Surprisingly, no Indonesian team scored themselves any chicken yet, but BTA don't even need that to place themselves first in the match overalls just now when we had our last Erangel of the day. But today, like I mentioned, craziest circle. I don't know, but Miramar will be kind, or will be just continuing regarding the circles. Like today, since Sanok, then we hop into Erangels. All the Erangels has been super rough for the players. Very similar flight path, very different circle. But if Miramar happen to be having the same issue or circumstances, then it's probably going to be because of Contra is here with us today.
Probably, because I always bring all the good nasty circles into play. But at least for Miramar, no matter how the circle goes, I don't think you'll ever end up in either the prison or even all the way to the far side of the east in the island. So
we did.
I hope I don't.
We did at once in Pala,
okay,
yes.
So I guess I'm not really cursed into some of all these areas.
Hey, that was like one-time map. Today has been the entire day. The map has been crazy.
Course.
The entirety of it. So if it happens again in Miramar, I don't know what else to say. I mean, if we suddenly have Patona for the last circle.
Oh, I want that Patona to happen because, like, you know, like that area was updated, given a new name to it, and we haven't really seen how well these pro players can actually play around that Patona section. So the good news is I'm going to be joining on that Super Sunday, so we're going to get some more crazy run on our Sunday. So I look forward to that too. But what can these teams prepare? I think, like, right now with only last 2 maps of play, so these guys, they are forced to play the last chance qualifiers, and then some of these guys who are fighting for that top 8 are seeing some of the chances depleted because right now it's BTR's TV show right now. It's also DX. Of course, last round wasn't too much of them. And the Malaysian teams are really stepping up this time. Do you assume that this forward momentum can carry them and propel even more points inside Miramar?
I'm gonna just give one statement. It depends on the circle. really, today has
How did
been-
I not see it coming?
It really just the circle day, man. It's just the circle just making it so difficult for the players, but it's comical to watch, especially the last Erangel. So based on today's circle's pattern and rotation, I don't know what to expect when it comes to Miramar. Maybe this is sort of a bleak or just a peek in the future. What's gonna happen in grand finals, possibly.
And very likely than not, when it comes down to the grand finals, we will see certain adjustments to be brought into play, even if they were thrown with all these wonky circles. So, I guess like by then, it's all about teams with the most confidence to be able to really secure that vantage point in the early rounds to basically go in for brave rotations. They may be able to actually get reward for that. Other than that, when we take a look at how teams that play across Miramar, they're definitely fond of all these long-range trade-offs and also whatever skirmishes that they could basically get their hands on in the early game. But late game onwards, we haven't really seen too much of an urban ending, have we?
We did. It was not fun. It wasn't fun at all. I tell you, there's so many buildings. I think it was around yesterday or 2 days before, which was such a tough place for the observers. I feel bad for the observers at that point because it's going to be so difficult to spot the fights due to the buildings in between. So hopefully it's going to be a different case, an open area, and everybody can reach towards the circle. And I don't know, I deep down I feel sorry for the players. It has been so rough, especially coming out from Group A. They didn't play yesterday, and the moment they play, all the circles has been very... I don't have any more word that can actually just express how difficult it was. If hell is the worst of plays we can think of, it's worse than that.
This is probably the bottom layer of it, right? And today, I think what's surprising is that we haven't really seen too many of these rosters changes heading into the course of the entire run. So they are very likely than not to run the same four units into the battlefield as we move our way into our first run in Miramar. This is match 5. Let's go.
We're gonna have a bit of a change of wind when it comes to the map, and it's coming up from the northeast side and down to Valdemar. I would be worried with this sort of flight path because it's very similar to the Erangel flight path earlier on, but never mind that. We can assume there's gonna be Boom's map. Look at the stats, it did not lie, and it will actually give us facts that Boom did dominate over Miramar map. We haven't seen the best of Boom yet, and this is where they put everything in action.
That's right. We definitely want to see what could they basically convert into this matchup overall, where they've been so well versed and dominant. They love to take all these high ground advantages and slowly pick people apart. And in close-quarter combat, they are definitely one of the best. Today, Razy has shown that he's been a clutch master, and even in Miramar, he has definitely had the best of stats.
Including Pombit in the lineup too, pretty much the entirety of Boom. This is where they can actually excel for Boom. When it comes to the highest eliminations, and aggressiveness can be showcased by the teams. The most, again, I have to remind you guys, the highest elimination is still going to be Boom with 24 in one single map, and that was Erangel. They can actually do more if they're very comfortable with Miramar map, but PIGMY seems to me they might actually suffer the same fate like they did the entire day here.
I wonder what really resulted into this, as PIGMY Esports is once again challenging the Infinity inside Minas Generalis. How many battles have they actually won in this field against the Infinity? I'm not sure, honestly, but the last I counted, the Infinity has won many of all these trades before in the early game.
We do have a bit of replay. Tony just landed. How? What are the odds you landed straight on top of a gun?
How did he control his parachute so perfectly to find a gun in the get-go? And the reload? What, did the guns came in with bullets? How?
I don't
Wow.
know. Honestly, at this point, it's mind-blowing, really. And it was a perfect execution, too. He didn't whiff. He didn't miss. He barely got enough bullets in there, but it's more than enough for him to shut down one of players of PIGMY. Now, PIGMY, due to the surprising attack coming out from Infinity just now, definitely want to hold the positions, not willing to even pick out or even loot. Even though Infinity do have the distance between them, PIGMY and Infinity, but they're not willing to take the risk to loot up still.
Yeah, at least inside of Los Leones, there's plenty of space for some of these teams to just get around these corners. As for PIGMY, they're kind of worried if there's ever going to be a push coming from the Infinity because they take control of the central area of the mining grounds, right? As for the side of MORPH, coast is clear as they start off from Cruz de Val. It's not going to be too far off, judging from the rim of the circle. It is generous enough to be around the central area, so Contras, they just got better with how the circle has been blessed, hitting into Miramar at the very least. I say that, and I still don't know where it ends up. It could still be pretty bad.
It depends on whether we have any compounds or it's just going to be an open surface, just nothing to cover themselves. It barely got any vegetation, some certain spots down to maybe they got themselves high elevations. That's where things can change. And also, usually when it comes to Miramar, if it's like a compound and a high mountain next to each other when it comes to last view circle, the circle definitely just favors the lower grounds than the high grounds. But maybe it's going to be a different case here today, because today has been very unique as an entire day. XERXIA on the other, now this is going to be a team that we have to also talk a bit more. XERXIA, I mean, the Thai teams used to be one of the most aggressive teams out there across Southeast Asia. They used to dominate this league back in PMPL days even, but feels like now the performance seems to be declining. Maybe it's not like they're getting worse than in the past days, but it's just they having a tough time to adapt to the new format, possibly a new rotation of the circle, plus the different dynamics of the team that seems to be almost to perfection coming up from the Indonesian teams.
Yeah, I would say that, of course, other teams coming from like Malaysia, Indonesia, they've been playing so much more aggressively. And for XERXIA itself, it wasn't that they're doing badly on defense. It really felt like they were too passive. Like, you have pointed out that back then they used to look for opportunities. At this time, they just shelter in, turtle in, not really gathering too much of an intel. The most that I see them really go for openings is when they have RNJ up and running. But going back into military knowledge, we have that scuffle once again. PIGMY Esports now flushing down Logan as 10 holds down the line, only have 10 HP left. He's so low, but Jabranki is not going to be anywhere close by.
Yep, for PIGMY, it's going to be 10 holding the ground against the entire crew of Infinity. Now, Jabranki arrives, but it's just a second too late. While TODAK finish off the remainers of the knockdown players of PIGMY. Now got Tony ring around the rosy, but Billbot showing from the back. TODAK with 60 bullets in his magazine for reserve here. And Tiger X towards the nade. Jabranki managed to just navigate himself away from the explosion, but he got himself a shotgun, which kind of difficult for shotgun against two different angles of players jumping in and out.
Yeah, so difficult, and now it's only Billbot left. He's on the other corner though, so he can just turn kill, run it all the way down. There is another team passing by. I don't think they're going to participate, or will they? Podbit, he says, I'm just going to claim whatever is being left by Infinity. And that's just warning shots? Come on, man, you can finish the job.
He just poked the person, poked the man, till he's like basically leaving with only one arm left, and then just gonna leave. What? At least finish the job, man.
I think he was worried. He thinks that, oh, the full squad must be around. Well, not exactly. So boom, they didn't want to risk it. They just want to say hi and bye. As they, you know, like dating profiles, some people just like say hi and then it just ghost you. Yeah. That
Wow,
happens.
that's painful, man. Pygmy being ghosted by Boom after saying hi, and that's done. Double tick and blue tick, and no more follow-up after that now. That's gonna be sad on the side of Pygmy. But we do have, speaking of Blue Zone, GEEK fam taking it a bit slower than the rest of the teams out there.
Yeah. Well, I had my fair share of experiences with that.
Sorry to hear that, bro.
No worries, no worries. I mean, I'm unashamed to admit that things like this do happen. As for Boom, you know, that could have definitely been probably a free point for them. But I guess Joe gets to, or rather, Billbot gets to live to tell the tale for a little bit longer. But when you're playing Miramar with only one member versus the entire lobby, the chances of getting a chicken dinner is...
Hey, we had that before.
0.05.
K did that. Tony K did that before with one person to just play all the way by himself. He did that. So I'm looking forward for Jabranki. I think that's the last player. Or was it Billbot from Pygmy?
I think it's
but
Billbot.
I think he's traumatized by Boom just now. He's definitely not going to show up anytime soon.
Oh yeah. He's like, okay, I just want to find a washroom in Minas Generalis and call it a day. But the game goes on. As we take a look at Sem9, they are just approaching the top corners of St. Martin, what I do believe to be. There's just a lot of scouting duties, and Sem9, they kind of wasted an opportunity to pick off Hulk here, who extended a little bit too far. But Sem9, they are also very careful about this. They decided maybe it's not worth it after all.
I do wish we get to see just a slight bit of the circle. We have no clue where the next stage would be still, with less than 10 seconds remaining, because all the teams seem to be swiftly moving around, navigating themselves into the center, which we have no clue where about. Because of how fast they want to rotate in, it means that it's somewhere unusual still. BTR taking a bit of a jab towards a FaZe Clan, one knockdown. That's quite nearby towards Team Flash and Sem9 at the same time.
Yeah, from my assumption, it's going to be closer towards the central area as well as the north. PIGMY Esports eventually will close the account here for our first run in Miramar, whereas this long-range battle between Sem9 as well as Team Flash is going to take a while because everyone's just hugging by each real estate. It's going to be hard to even force a push. A wide spread coming in from Sem9, but they got to watch out for their surroundings because more and more teams are coming to St. Martin.
But can't be too wide because there's going to be they're sharing the compound with Team Flash, and XERXIA just joined in as well. Now the opportunity being presented for MORPH, they do have those elevations. They definitely see the teams coming in, including XERXIA just now. Look at how Zero just placed himself at the edge of the mountain just to scout if he can actually steal away a couple of eliminations from the sideline. Team Flash just going to stop their advancements of XERXIA, denying their entry in. Sem9 being knocked down. XERXIA is focusing on Sem9. And it's going to be a crossfire between 3 or 4 teams here.
Indeed, whereas Kwang is already being knocked down. He's trying to see if he could provide a little bit more cover before he goes in for the rescue. Whereas MORPH, they play the smart approach. They see XERXIA right down below. They're just hoping for some clean angles to pick them off. Big Nate now cooked up from the side of MORPH. Or should I say Batman, he's finding Lobby down on the ground.
Zaxi, Onsens, bleeding out. Team Flash trying to just flush out the rest of XERXIA as well, trying to pick one of the members down before having a bit of a reset. Batman taking on Megamind. BTR against FaZe Clan. This seems to me a bit too much here on top of around St. Martin, if I'm not mistaken here. But XERXIA, they need to have that reset. But Team Flash have the faster reset than they do. They're cooking up the nade, but Batman quite hesitant there.
Yeah, he's been doing a really excellent job with those grenades, but not really finding the kill just yet. RNJ pulls through the door, finds Corty, jumping in. He's got to go in for a flush, and oh, what a swing that was! XERXIA, they're really unleashing their fangs when we have scrutinized them in the early game. Do you think that we're too passive? Hey, we could still put up a great defense.
Yeah, they're being forced into the fight if they want to take the compound because they cannot even pick out. If they want to make a U-turn, it's a bit too late now. There's another team right on top of them, which was MORPH. But Cinder the Patron, we do have Infinity You were right. You probably do have San Martin Circle, and if it's San Martin as an ending here, we do know San Martin do have that big street in between. Whether you want to pick compound or you're gonna have those elevations, most of the team want to get themselves in the compound because high chance San Martin will be there. But due to the street in between, some teams that coming in late might actually don't have any place inside of any buildings down there. And since then, we're looking back to as MORPH versus VOIN, Donkey, Nax, and MORPH have to give away their elevations because VOIN just took it away.
Yeah, and they just basically turn kills and dash for it, as one of their members have been picked up from afar. They're so spread thin that it really gives great leverage for the rest of VOIN Donkey to go in for the pickoff, and they're happy to just secure that point, reposition themselves over onto the further west side of the map. Now that's actually closer to Sem9.
Yeah, but not just Sem9. We have another team behind there. I think it was probably, what was the red color team that we had just now? Forgot about it. It was definitely not Boom. Probably these Xavier's waiting around the outer circle of west side. But speaking of Sem9, they charged straight into it without thinking twice and definitely got himself a bit of a trade, Luyu. And it's going to be Maxi's finish off the rest of remaining Sem9. Despite they got a couple of knockdown, but they did not secure any eliminations from that fight coming up from Sem9. But VOIN, they scored a 5 now.
Yeah, that was so swift. If you blink, you probably missed that whole altercation between them as well as Sem9. What the cleanest fight I've seen from VOIN Donkey so far. And that's vengeance exacted over onto the course of the battle, because the last time they fight inside of Erangel, it was Sem9 that got in that 4-0. This time they turned the tides around.
I'm really looking forward for the circle. We don't have any clue about the circle yet. Except for the first one. Oh, you don't even get the glimpse on the first one, by the way. But BTR, thank you so much, Observer. You guys the best.
They heard you.
Speaking of Infinity Patron and San Martin, this is what I've talked about before. The northern side of San Martin, it has this big street in between. Now, you have to pick and choose whether you want to go for Infinity Patron or San Martin at this point. But Team Flash, that's going to be the last member there is. Oh, Ghosty is cooking up the nade. Can he clutch 1v4?
He might just be able to do so. 1 nade, but not enough to deal with RNJ. The man on the mission to eliminate the entirety of Team Flash. This time, looking so much better for the side of XERXIA with those 4 pointers. But here comes the rest of DX, moving into the territories of MORPH, but they're ready to take them on. 1-for-1 exchange, but there's still more to come.
It's not just Z-Axis, FaZe Clan is just behind them. BTL seems to be interested as well. These Avians, they need to wrap things up quickly, but MORPH will try to fight back, retaliating, but unfortunately for MORPH, they kind of cramped up and sandwiched between 2 or perhaps 3 teams, because VOIN seems to be moving in the same direction.
Yeah, and Venturas, he's just dropping those nades. Beautiful shots from the DPS. Nate T knocks another member down. MORPH has got a lot of reviving to do. This is a chance for the side of DX, but there's only 2 members inside the building. They're unwilling to go in for the full push.
Waiting for FaZe Clan. I mean, that was the last player, and that is the last player for FaZe Clan. I don't think he's going to take any actions. Ventura is just waiting. If somebody happened to just pass through him, he's just going to open up the DBMs and having a couple of shots in. But Nade will actually clip on 1 Hazers down on the ground, leaving MORPH down to 1 player here with 5% of HP remaining.
Yeah, this compound so far have so many angles which you could just lob nades around. And DX, they're just closing it so well. Down to Hulk as well as Flippy. And Nate T, he doesn't need them. He's just going to do it all by himself. All 3 secured by Nate.
Reset now, Venturas. I'm not sure if he's gonna toss any couple of nades down there. I'm not even sure if he got any troubles at this point. But YOODO line spreading out quite thin among themselves, with GEEK fam split into 3-1 formation. Izane taking the front line, but damn rude. They are focusing on too much in the front that their back is quite exposed for GEEK fam.
Yeah, just wasted no time to pin him down the moment that he gets that perfect angle. And YOODO Alliance, they could start to strike down GEEK fam one after another with this one right down the ditch. Tourney K, playing from quite afar, could also alter the destiny of YOODO Alliance if they're not careful about these angles, which they are not checking against the Infinity.
Infinity They've been playing as a duo for quite some time now. BTR still having a fight against VOIN. I am not sure how many players left. VOIN still have a full squad. FaZe down to 1 player. Other than that, all the other teams do have almost full squad entirely intact for the rest of the teams that still have 12 of them down there. But the teams have to pick whether they want to take urban warfare or will they want to go for the high grounds there. We do know the next stage will hit very soon. And the next circle will be crucial for the teams that's playing inside of the building. If it's not being favored by the building later on, they need to figure out how to exit out.
Yeah, and at the same time, it's really interesting to see that we get urban setting of battles between both Hacienda as well as Los Leones. And now, with the circle pulling away from Hacienda, they have to take the fights outwards as well. But TODAK is the one that conquers Hacienda at the moment. YOODO Alliance, a very difficult stance to take because if you take the highway to journey into Los Leones, you can be clipped by some teams over on the south side of the hill. Or if they were to move into Hacienda, there's multiple teams around. So they got to pick that poison.
Speaking of poison, I think the one that actually in the most poisonous position is going to be VOIN. They're down south all the way. Have to have a bit of a height to fight against VOIN, who's conquering the high elevations of the northern side hill of San Martin, or the mountains up there. And speaking of which, DZav is going to play center once more, but I'm not sure about the compounds where DZav is at. I don't know if they still pick at their small shack, but at the moment we mentioned them, Vintoris, the last member of FaZe Clan, still do a lot of work by himself with that DBS.
Yeah, and so far, these players coming in from FaZe Clan has been looking so sharp already moving into the second half of the day. And I think Miramar, that's where the Thai teams are feeling a little bit more comfortable. Speaking of which, all the Thai teams are still intact. Most of them healthy. Well, I can't say most of them. Only Soshare is healthy at the moment. Meanwhile, Tiger X, picked off by the member of YOODO Alliance, Jimmy, goes ahead to eliminate them. And that will be the end of the Infinity.
I hate to say it, but Infinity 100% going to last chance stage. Same goes for MORPH, PIGMY, and Roy at the same time. GEEK fans for our YOODO Alliance. Now, YOODO Alliance might lose their positions. Yeah, we're talking about... Well, never mind. 79 and Team Flash already got themselves eliminated. Unless FaZe Clan, that one person can actually do so much work. Same goes for VOIN Donkey. But I think 100% assurance that BTR will go straight into Super Sunday. DZav might actually follow pursuit. But YOODO Alliance, they want to secure the positions up there. But Roy taking a fight against BTR. Last time we saw them, they're down south. The nearest to their side is going to be VOIN Donkey. But how did they shot BTR place? Oh, they do have the elevations.
Yeah, they do. But that's also coming from quite a distance, so they can't really secure the elimination just yet. It's a little bit of a tough gridlock situation where teams are unwilling to move out of San Martin, unwilling to move out of Hacienda del Petron. So it really is down to where exactly YOODO Alliance will go to stir a little bit more of a ruckus as they're inching closer and closer towards the side of BTR, but shots are being fired from Boom. They're forced to create this vehicle bunker in order to trade back. It's Pondbit always so sharp on the attack, and they're trying to tap over onto Razy with vehicle smoking up in front of them, making things a little harder.
Oh, what? Oh,
okay. Okay. I guess that works.
Not really. They go back into the bunkers now because the smoke will dissipate anytime, and they're running low of smokes as well. And what an accident! But BTR spotted out the rest of Roy members stepping in from afar. Roy still going away from the circle. They have to migrate themselves and reposition. Probably navigate himself into the slightly towards the right side of the circle to make a safe entry. But the center taken up by BTR, who's tapping out a lot of teams from afar.
Yeah, and overall, the team that is not participating in all these battles is PEA. They're taking control over north side, whereas YOODO Alliance here is still not in the safest of spots, whereas Roy, they hunker down, but they have one member being knocked out as well. VOIN Donkey slowly taking charge as Zeta is holding down the outskirts. Pins one member outside of Roy, goes in for a quick reload, whereas this is still not going to be an opening at all. Roy barely has any covers.
down to Valak. Lucky that they didn't push into his Valak. And Roy, yeah, the one that tried to flash out VOIN and tried to take this compound. Lumet took him quite some time to give himself a cover fire, but I don't blame him. He can't visualize anything indoors. He can just see what's happening outside. Now, but they do need Lumet, but Lumet's just taking his own sweet time to heal himself back up in the blue zone, while his members is pretty much dying in there. It's going to be down to Rocky to just finish off Valak, and that's going to be another down. Where is Lumet?
Well, Lumiere says, I want out. He's not going to participate at all in this fight. So that's just clean takedowns back to back for the side of VOIN Donkey. As Roy is only down to one member, and this is exactly the traditional Roy throughout the course of PMSL.
Oh, no first aid.
Ah, boy. He's
Stage
also
6.
dealing with this.
Band-aids won't work. Band-aids won't
run.
work, bro. Band-aid won't work. And that's it. Well, he's being pressured by YOODO Alliance. I don't blame him. He's not coming in to help the rest of the teammate just now. He can't even pick out and can't even come down. But GEEK fam fighting against TODAK. It's going to be Izane taking the front line, trying to shut them down entirely.
Yeah, I kind of facepalm a little too hard. Now I'm back here with a clean DBS shot coming from Izane. That's going to be the rest of TODAK. Unable to score points inside this Miramar run that has been so difficult. Despite them holding on to Hasina for the longest time, now GEEK fam will have to deal with the rest of YOODO Alliance. As each Malaysian teams are just clashing upon each other. Izane, is he going to be able to trade back? I don't really think so. YOODO Alliance has got the better angles.
And worst case scenario, they are in the blue zone. Nobody can actually pick them up. And stage number 6, nobody wants to take any damage from the blue zone. It's clear execution by YOODO Alliance, Jamie. And now they're gonna go in for the rush. Now, Izane and Damroot on the other end of the compound they're taking. And Damroot will just waiting for the right time since one of his members, Izane, also being knocked down here. What can Damroot do?
He's just gonna play for survival. That's all he can do right now. He's got a crate for him. I mean, that's barely any cover, man. Like, he's already trying to trade back damage being done, though. Damroot, team captain, does a little bit more until they bow out. They do manage to secure 4 elimination points. The next one to go is gonna be VOIN Donkey.
But with 8 eliminations, and we haven't seen any actions from Boom yet. The last time we saw them just quite early on trying to poke people and just get themselves 1 elimination, and I'm not sure how many eliminations they actually scored. Still 1, but BTR, they got themselves 3, YOODO Alliance 6. They are running and gunning at the same time, but XERXIA, the team that should be watching out for, because even though they got knocked down on 2 of their members, they're still trying to have a bit of reset, and they definitely aiming for those numbers up here by end of today.
Definitely so. Now, Boom finally participates in looking for targets. Victorious has been surviving, but he's been a little bit more passive since he's all alone. Now, the most quietest of team has been PEA. And I have not really seen them pick up any points at all. They were just hoping to stay alive to tell a tale for the top 4 run. But IQOO, 1 versus 2 against XERXIA. Very tight angles for him to work with. Grenade now cooked up. He actually blasted himself, did he?
No, he didn't.
He's gonna go for a push.
Wait, what is a ring around the rosy? He's kind of confused which is the front, which is the back, because somebody else is actually shooting him from behind just now. Possibly it was BTR. So that's why he's a bit confused where the shot's coming out from, because the 2 players coming from the front, but XERXIA's next gonna be under the target of YOODO Alliance. It's gonna be YOODO Alliance trying to pick that back up Oli over now. IQOO, I don't see anybody can actually save him for now. He's too far apart from the rest of the team.
Yeah, such a difficult run it has been for the side of YOODO Alliance, as this is just going to be an open field warfare. A pick over onto Frenzy. And that's going to add 1 more to the banner of YOODO Alliance. Looking very strong as they move in with all 4s. Boom. They're stuck by the corner of the shack as they're being launched with attacks coming from PA as well.
Ooh. PEA, despite it being quiet, their silence actually means something out there. Now they've spoken out loud. They're taking down one of the most gruesome team out there, which could be Boom. Despite this Miramar, surprising, Boom didn't actually progress as much as we hoped for. But for YOODO Alliance, taking the blue is not the best bet here. They're just being eliminated as well. But PEA, can they hold their grounds right in the center of the circle?
They're trying their level best to do so. BTR backs against the wall. Venturas now will have his location pretty much revealed, but he's just waiting until he is forced to make a move out of the containers. Whereas PEA, they're still by the outskirts. They need to force their entry against the rest of BTR, and this is not going to be easy at all because Satar, he's going to be on the watch, and the longer they take, the rest of YOODO Alliance is going to march through.
Now, Traxi is the one actually just around the outskirts, and that's going to be the IGA, trying to watch every movement coming from different teams and different angles. They're trying to gain as much information, but like you mentioned, YOODO Alliance will not back down for fight. They just spotted out Kido, his silhouette within the smoke. It's going to be an execution. We're down to 4 teams. At least BA is going to be their best run for the day. But one by one picked up by YOODO Alliance. And YOODO Alliance being shot spiked by the side of BTR. The Xaviers have to battle on at 3rd place, 4th place with 3 eliminations. But for the sort of BTR, 8 eliminations. If they wipe up another 2 teams, it's going to be another half the amount of elimination with double digit by end of this map.
And just look at the numbers. It's basically equal contribution from all the members. BTR, they're just holding onto this warehouse like their life depends on it, and they should indeed. Quick pick over on the side of PA members as Trexie goes down. The captain of the team out for the count, only leaving 1 member standing in the way for the side of PEA. This battle is between BTR and YOODO Alliance, and they have definitely got their engines running hot, so I hope they don't overheat.
I just got a spoiler from Tugman, one of the boss of YOODO. I think I know where this is going, but we're gonna have to wait and see. BTR do have a 4 here. Now, how can YOODO Alliance fight against BTR? Got himself the compound. Maybe the Blues will close out on the side of BTR first. Definitely they do. And now XERXIA have to force himself slowly crawling forward while YOODO Alliance split himself into 2 formation, and they got 2 angles straight. It's going to be a bit of a swing for BTR to cover through.
YOODO Alliance have a lot of great terrain to work with. BTR, they're forced to push in, and they will eventually be funneled. This is going to be a little bit rough. Satar, he's going directly through the center and hoping to challenge IQOO. This is a double stack, but we know the duel of IQOO and Olio to be a lethal combo as well. Now, this nade coming from Jimmy might actually result into something. Not going to find it though. BTR, they're still trying to crack this one open, but there's just too little room for them to work with.
XERXIA pretty much have nothing, no gears, because his vest pretty much gone, but Lapar is going to be the one that knocked down next, down to only just 1 player. Satar to do all the work by himself. Can YOODO Alliance score the chicken here today? Down to 1v1, and that's going to be securing the chicken dinner. YOODO Alliance scored it, and Mr. Tugman, please slow down. You definitely give me the spoilers down there.
Man. And just like how the premonition has given ourselves a little taste of another chicken dinner for YOODO Alliance to secure their spot into the Super Sundays. And this is so far the best Malaysian team in the PMSL.
A lot of Malaysian teams actually scored themselves chicken here today. I have to say, when it comes to the final day, that's where they start to slowly, and not very slow, too slow to just push everything in the very last minute. But regardless of that, still incredible plays coming up from the players of YOODO Alliance. Scored himself 15 eliminations. Wow.
Wow. That's a total of 25 points acquired. And just look at the damage numbers on Jimmy. This man, I don't know what he had for dinner, but keep doing it, because he has just really trampled down a lot of all these players across Hacienda, across some of all the areas of St. Martin, and they were playing out in the open the whole time, not even setting up for all these urban trades.
I'm trying to relocate where YOODO Alliance actually they are they did take the elevations on the southern side of Infinity Esports, and they were not being contested by any team at all early on, but they're the one who initiated the fight. They're taking advantage of the crossfire between the other teams, being the third party, and then they start to slowly damage the teams that's right across them, and they're taking fight after fight. My god, it has been non-stop action from this team based on their utilities. 28 smokes and 29 from XERXIA.
Yeah, I gotta say that they've been playing this pretty much on point. From the vehicle bunkers for them to defend, to the launch of attacks from long range to other teams as well. Things have been looking really, really clean, where they had to take on GEEK, they had to take on PEA, and so many more that comes before that. BTR, they were also controlling that St. Martin area until they were also forced to eventually make a move. But despite that, I think this has been a great one so far.
What a phenomenal run here coming up from YOODO Alliance, which also translate they were pushing up when it comes to overall ranking. That will be devastating for a lot of teams down there, will be pushed down, and boom, will this be the first time ever they're not going straight to Super Sunday and they have to go through last chance stage?
Yeah, and it's just so rough for some of these guys out there, but YOODO Alliance, this is them when they are in form. They just know how to take over control despite the odds out there. And from what I've seen coming into this Miramar battle, at least majority of these teams have been participating in a lot of all these urban terrain trades, where some of them receiving the short end of the stick. That also includes Sem9 with a very early exit moving into this matchup.
Not just some 19 Flash, Roy, TODAK as well. So this is where everything that matters now. Boom! Oh, despite they actually push up their numbers, but there's going to be only a couple of points different. IQOO happen to be at a tie with TODAK. Now the only difference is going to be TODAK do have double chickens in there. So IQOO, if they want to catch up, this is the time. And Sem9 within reach still. I mean, when it comes to getting straight to Super Sunday, it's still going to be anybody's game here. Maybe up to FaZe Clan.
Yeah, it is still within reach and possibly, but one match is all that there is to start to push certain teams down. But overall, some of the teams may have counted that this might just be over and done for, as they got to get themselves ready for the final hurdle for tomorrow. But as we compare damage numbers as well as kills, Lapar has gotten the most damage being done, but Jimmy has been absolutely efficient on that. 9 total eliminations with 1,132 damage being done. It's definitely brought the majority of the points back to YOODO Alliance.
Yep, but for BTR, this is another high-end damage output. Now, despite he scored himself the chicken most eliminations out there, still scored quite plenty. I assume there's going to be a lot of steals coming up from YOODO Alliance from that end. But the highest gunslingers for the top 4 we had was 3899. This is the second highest, or probably the third. It's still in the top 5 of the overall in the league stage.
Yeah, and overall, this is definitely the consistent record coming in from the side of BTR. VOIN Donkey, they're also matching up with those damage numbers department, but it's needing a little bit more cleaner execution to be able to pull a better run into this final run of Miramar. As I definitely do look forward to what form of changes these teams will be bringing to the table, because from the looks of it, some of the squads that didn't really score too much in this matchup really felt like they have got their stamina is pretty much depleted. Meanwhile, I think like for BTR, it's just another day in the office.
It's BTR. And when you have the twins to actually play together, that's where we get to see crazy amount of eliminations in one single map or one single round. But speaking of BTR, now, despite they got one of the highest eliminations when it comes across our day 3 or week number 3 here, none of the Indonesian teams actually score any chicken yet.
Yeah, this is to my surprise, but it really feels like today has been a target practice round for the guys from BTR. Boom Esports have not really gotten the best out of today of sorts, but of course, certain rounds they managed to still come up with some number of elimination points to book out at the very least. So whether or not can they pull off their usual great stints inside of this map is yet to be told, because that area of St. Martin, it's been so difficult. Even though across that Hacienda sector, Boom was actually playing very, very passively coming from the north side. They didn't want to participate, and even despite that, I don't really see trades actually favoring Boom as well.
Boom, they tried to play it slightly later when we noticed that a lot of teams, when it comes, it's very different if you compare with the Erangel. Erangel, most of the time, if you actually play in the center of a circle, you might actually score himself quite a lot of eliminations because you last long enough to be in the top 4. But when it comes to Miramar map, it's entirely a different strategy you have to approach towards this map, because a lot of teams that want to get into the center early, pretty much they couldn't hold the ground because of, 1, it might be an open space, 2, it will be a street in the center, and thirdly, the elevations. If you don't have the elevations, despite it's not in the center, it's actually play a bit later will be beneficial, like the case just now.
Yeah, I guess that certain approaches like this does work towards a certain extent, where they just really have to limit test it from time to time. But for what it's worth, I guess that we didn't really see too much of a shabby showing coming in from certain squads overall. I think like one of the unluckiest team out of the plenty has got to be MORPH, because the place that they booked was looking really good inside St. Martin, and then you got the rest of XERXIA and then all the other teams that are really putting all these pressure upon them. It really looks so daunting for them to have really hold on into any for a lead, and to me, that's one Indonesian team that I want to see step up.
I thought another Indonesian team I was looking forward for their performance here, which was gonna be which supposed to be PIGMY, but I don't know what happened to PIGMY. They just dropped their momentum in every single week. Week 1 was sort of lucky for their first chicken dinner. They actually scored one of the first few chicken dinners in day number 1 as well, but when it comes to week number 2, they start to drop their performance, and it just seems to be lackluster when it comes to week number 3. The same goes for the side of Boom, but Boom, well, they're probably still going to go into Super Sunday still. I'm not surprised for them, but this is not their best performance yet, because we always had Boom in every single week, 100 over points by the end of the day. Now, they barely touch into the 80s or 90s at this point. And speaking of which, we do have these Xaviers and BTR kind of confirmed to the Super, I think pretty much confirmed to the Super Sunday.
Yeah, I guess that once you pointed it out, maybe for teams like Boom or Team Xavier, which they've pretty much qualified already, they can take a back seat. They don't really have to really put all their energy and resources into what's its worth right now, because they already got the objective done. Qualify into the Super Sunday. Now, final game here for our Friday night. Thank you guys for joining us here in the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia, as we're looking to wrap this one up with a great game to be played out by the finest of the SEA teams. And boom, they definitely have been able to at least show us what they are capable of, though today may not have been their best day so far.
Well, it's definitely a good day, a great day for GEEK fam, because it has been a huge jump and very different if we compare with the early weeks and early stages of the tournament. It's just so different. The SEM9 is still consistently getting themselves high up there, same goes for YOODO Alliance, so I don't think there's a problem for these two teams.
Not at all, as we will see how some of all the other teams that are hoping to qualify adapt to the tempo, adapt to the pace, and adapt to the course of what Miramar has to offer this time as we move our way into the final round.
This is it, guys. It's going to be the last map of the group stage. And speaking of which, there will be a lot of teams thinking about what's going to happen tomorrow. They're planning out their vacation, or they have to grind another one by the end of the day. And we talked about the top 8 teams that will advance straight towards the Super Sunday. There's still a lot of teams that can compete towards the 8th place up there. And probably up to 6th place is quite open for the teams. It depends on their last performance. Everything can change in the very last minute.
It certainly could be a huge swing that can alter the course of who takes a break for tomorrow and who will have to play for the last chance, happening on Saturday, which is tomorrow. Well, just taking a look at how things are going so far, this flight path takes us from the lower end of the west to the east. Shouldn't be too much of a commotion for all these teams out there, as we're going to be seeing pretty much a usual take onto their respective cities. Other than that, I want to see if they're going to see any early pickoffs at all.
Now, we talked about MORPH early on. You definitely had a lot of expectations from MORPH's side, but we actually will have a truck stop. And this is also a newly named compound, where we had, I think, around Graveyard before, but it renamed to Truck Stop. And many times we had this sort of circle. We might ended up in an urban warfare on top of El Azhar, but it depends on that. But MORPH taking all the way down to Minas de Valley, or even we don't have Los Higos. I miss Los Higos, by the way.
Yeah, I do miss it quite a lot. Whereas, for most part, this area of play, we're just definitely giving all the teams here a little bit more time to play out how exactly to play out that eastern corner map as well. So far, I guess that for BTR, they're absolutely ready. And it seems to me that it's pretty interesting of how MORPH decides to move in from the far southern end.
And YOODO Alliance pushed themselves way up to 3rd place just now due to the last performance. And that's 100% Super Sunday for them. Just completed their 100 mark points. Congratulations for YOODO Alliance. And speaking of which, can Boo maintain? Because TODAK, SEM9, Team Flash, and FaZe Clan. If these 3 teams, SEM9, Team Flash, and FaZe Clan, seem to be eliminated early, then I think TODAK pretty much safe in their own spot.
Yeah, and TODAK definitely have got themselves into such a great position throughout the week. And now holding on to that number 8, the team that could challenge that right now is SEM9 if they get a giant, enormous point heading into this final battle. So we'll keep an eye on them, as well as teams like Team Flash, as well as FaZe Clan. Other than that, if they bomb out early, well, they just have to play an extra day, which I hope they won't be able to do okay.
For TODAK, if they manage to go straight into the Super Sunday, that's going to be their first ever Super Sunday. But for PEA, they want to go for the eliminations. They know for a fact it's not going to be enough if they just go for position, just like how they used to used to play as their classic plays, which is going to be classic PEA. So they start engaging early this time, trying to just push a bit. They have to secure how many eliminations by the end of the day? I think around 15 to make sure they made it through to the Super Sunday. That's going to be the best bet. But if they couldn't, probably getting around 10 won't be enough. It will be enough for 10. 10 plus 10, it's still not going to be enough, barely. And there's so many conditions to be met up there, because Boom and TODAK definitely will get themselves some numbers. But, oh, PIGMY again.
Again and again. I feel like they really have to leave Minas Generalis for whatever reason that may be. And even if that's not the case, like, just stay together as a unit, drop close by to each other so that at least you get back your teammates up. That will be a better play versus moving in the city, just wandering around and getting picked up like that. They're always starting off on a deficit, and we're seeing 2 members of PIGMY that's already out of the game.
True. PIGMY, they definitely have to look forward for their last chance stage, which is going to be tomorrow. But hopefully they can have extra points by end of today, so they have a better start when it comes to tomorrow, because we do have the points carried over for our last chance stage. Same goes for the side of Roy. Now, Roy barely make any progress for the entire day here.
Yeah, I mean, how do we even describe it? Like, where to start? Because even when they were taking fights, let's take them past Miramar for example. When you're battling into such a big warehouse, why do you position like one player up top without giving much of a cover fire? And number 2, the ones on the bottom, they're all separated, one lurking at the back with no angles of taking any fight, one entering from left and right. What are you expecting? I mean, it's just miscoordination and miscommunication happening all over the place that really puts Roy into such a dire state. I hope that tomorrow's run won't be the case for the side of Roy, because when they look good, they look exceptionally good. But when it's a day like this, there's just 0 activations to be done throughout the course of the day.
Roy, they're pretty okay when it comes to week number 1. And we definitely see some comebacks. But I just don't know how to place myself when it comes to Roy. It's just very different entirely compared to all the other teams. Like, okay, when we talked about PEA, they're pretty much in the same boat as Roy when it comes to last season. But you can see the growth coming up from PEA. Even NKT, these are rookie teams into this season's PMSL. We're talking about 2024, including the spring split. They definitely had some improvement, you know, somewhat, but Roy is just stagnant.
Yeah, that's to my surprise, because the last time when they were around, I've managed to meet up with the players very early in the year when they came to Malaysia for a mini tournament of sorts. And, you know, they even have a veteran like Lewis to be coaching them and stuff like that. And that really makes me miss Lewis so much more. Remember his days back in Fox Gaming? And like, a player of that caliber will have all these ideas of playing, but it just seems like all these plays that's being brought forward is not going to be as effective as it seems, because the players don't look as confident as they may.
But we do have Lewis in the players lineup. I don't know if he will play when it comes to last chance stage if he needed to. I mean, like, they definitely need someone with leadership, with experience, because we do know Lewis, well, he is one of the most veterans players out there, if you compare it with Xavier. Yeah, he is definitely in here for the longest time, just like how Xavier and some of the other teams out there. Some of the players like FaZe Clan, even Vampires. But so far we haven't seen Lewis just try to step in for the players. I don't know if when would be the perfect time. Definitely it's going to be tomorrow. He definitely need a change, a big change for Roy.
Yeah, it really felt like they needed a leader, and he should step in, because he's definitely having the brains for it. He's got the wealth of experience. Maybe reaction time with lack of game time with some of the pros that's in the scene. He might feel a little bit rusty, but what they really need now is leadership, and things will probably be for the better for him. Now, we're looking at the...
Yeah, regarding that point, that's kind of true. I mean, like, despite his being a bit rusty, we do know that he's... You might get a bit awkward when you try to play again, but at least his experience can lead the players a bit more confidence as well, because when it comes to his rustiness, the players can compensate that with their firepower, because Roy do have the firepower.
They do. Speaking of firepower, okay. That's a really tough position to be in, because Traxi is ready to pick them off. And they lost Yuhai just like that by just passing by. This is bad news for Sendai. They are hoping to chase against TODAK. And now they depleted the tree.
It's Yuhai that as well. But I'm gonna have to say that Sam9 not heavily dependent on Yuhai. And Yuhai has been one of the most pick-ups in early stage of the maps across the entirety of the season. Maybe because his role these days seems to be the scouter for the team instead of being the fragger like he used to play in different teams back in the day of BTI with Team Secret way back in the past days. But hopefully they can actually rectify themselves for the side of Sam9, despite having a tree. We saw how Kenny and also Kenny did so much work before. I'm looking for Depth to step up the game here coming up from the side of Sam9, but PIGMY, they already had such a tough day here. It's not going to be an ending for the tough day yet.
Yeah, with Ventoris knocking at the door, or should I say blowing up the doorways, if there is one. There's just nades after nades being tossed right in. This time, Dimsy is going to be a part of the party. But speaking of which, we didn't really get to see much of Dimsy for today. Well, that's also because most often than not, we start off with PIGMY immediately picked off in the early game, but boom, they're also firing some shots. We see some action across the map. One member knocked down from Infinity, one from the side of VOIN Donkey. And Satar will finish the job running over a member out there. Seems like BTRs is having a rough battle out there.
A lot of solo pick-off across the map. I don't know whether the scout is actually doing some scouting work and marking the perimeters that are being picked up by the other team. Just happen to be bumping into that one particular person, because the rest of the team seems like they're not responding at all. But it's a different case for PIGMY. Jabranki and Dimsy, they might be boxed in by the rest of FaZe Clan. Moment definitely knows exactly where they're at, but the circle will shift. Well, we talked about truck stop will be one of the most favorite places in this map so far, but it shifted slightly away. Sam9 do take themselves some elevations, and in the center too. Now, you talked about Sam9. It's crucial for them to just get the numbers up, and they cannot be eliminated early.
Indeed, this time, FaZe Clan finally decided they want to push, but immediately responded with a nade clipping onto Ventoris. That will hold them back slightly. And wow! 2 nades in a row! And that will secure one member down from the side of FaZe Clan. As PIGMY Esports, they are hoping to pull off a solid defense. Mormon now spots him out. And it's still going to be a tough ordeal. We can't really get that clean entry in just yet. FaZe Clan, they're held back.
Oh, FaZe Clan definitely, I feel like they underestimated and slightly disrespect just now, just going straight into PIGMY's compound, where they do have a lot more covers, and plus it's quite a tough entry here due to how big of a space indoors. At the same time, Jabranki got so many room to take covers from, but the moment FaZe Clan getting into the window, it's going to be the end for PIGMY, so they have to fight for their life here.
Yeah, it's just a awkward situation right now. Just trying to tap through such a small window. Satar on the other end, still fighting up against Team Flash, as we will have a bigger battle on the other section. FaZe Clan taking quite a while, and they're slowly running out of deflates. Whereas Boom is actually winning the trades against Roy as they shift from room to room. This nade will connect from Onsens. Now they can full send into their way.
It's a three-way war in the mini-map, and in the far corner there, it's gonna be Sam9, Boom, and Roy at the same time. I assume Boom taking the high grounds, since they're trying to steal away the eliminations from the sidelines. But FaZe Clan, they're another man down. Mormon and Mela to do all the job, but Dimsy have to do this by himself. He goes out with an AKM, barely got covers anymore, and that's the end for PIGMY finally, but at a cost for FaZe Clan. One trade, but it's gonna be worth it. But Sam9, They're down to only 2 players, or still 3, thanks to the side of Boom, who actually shut down on Roy from above.
Yeah, Boom is really watching like a hawk. And it's really difficult for Sem9 to go out there in the open to try to pick off against that member of Roy that's around this section. So they just really have to hang on tight, especially when they are only down to 3 members left. This is definitely a tough ordeal here with this northeastern circle being so treacherous for these teams to even try to get proper cover. Speaking of proper cover, I'm just surprised that Lume is just hiding by the water tank.
Infinity is here as well because they are on the center. Sem9, they've been charging by Roy before, and Boom just taking the elevations, working around with the circle, and Infinity just arrived towards Sem9's compound, very close indeed. Sem9 cannot afford to lose out early, because if they're done this early, they don't have any eliminations, they cannot go straight into the Super Sunday.
Yeah, they just really have to hang on tight. Meanwhile, on the opposite spectrum, TODAK, they got a clean advantage over on the North Point. They own that area of play, and Sem9, they just really have to hold true. They need to play passive if they are being put into a difficult situation, while the Infinity now pops a nade towards the side of FaZe Clan.
I'm waiting for Boom to take part into this crossfire right now. They are literally above Infinity right now. They might actually have a glimpse when they overpick themselves and start to shoot them both Team FaZe Clan and Infinity. And this is actually a very fortunate event coming up from Sem9, because FaZe Clan is stopping Infinity from pushing into Sem9's compound. They were aiming to go for that direction just now, but for Infinity they have extra problem to deal with. GOTTONY did spot out the players of Boom right on top of him just now, but we do have BTR across the other side of the mountain. Now Infinity, they're definitely regretting migrating themselves in where they at right now. They just walk themselves in a trap.
Yeah, and this whole place is just swarmed with teams where they can't really afford to step foot too far forward. So teams cannot afford to just simply send scout at the moment. Meanwhile, the Infinity, they got themselves really good cover from the middle ground. Well, because high ground's being covered by Boom Esports overall. Lume just chilling. So it's just gonna take a while. I mean, all this mid-range to long-range shots, even if they do connect, it will always be a reset that will just bring them back up. So it's just a battle of attrition who really has the resources to run those late game rounds. Meanwhile, TODAK's looking to add 1 more point to their tally.
YOODO Alliance, well, they don't have to be that worried, because despite they lost a couple of members and been knocked down by GEEK Fam, still fight back against 3 of GEEK Fam that's still remaining. On the side of YOODO, it's going to be 3v3, but Boom definitely interested in taking the fight as well. They're aiming for those kill steals or third party into YOODO Alliance versus GEEK Fam here. They do have a glimpse of it, but there will be a couple of contenders, couple of structures in between will block their view from looking at straight into GEEK Fam's position. But Olio is hitting on Audrey, and here comes on the look, and the rest of YOODO Alliance slowly pushing up.
What a nade coming in from Adik Luke, and this is where they will just retain this position. But Razy's on the far end. Speaking of Razy, he's being tagged by Lapar. Where exactly is BTR shooting from?
And the other side of the mountain, if I'm not mistaken. They are showing the same elevations when it comes to height. So a Boom will be spotted up by BTR, but the distance between them making it difficult for BTR to just execute and translate Razy to 1 point. But YOODO Alliance, they are challenging Boom straight in the face, but BTR shot them from across the other side, and Circle will shift at the same time. Speaking of timing, this is the worst timing for the Circle to shift, but the teams and players, Boom on the other end, losing so many men in an instant.
Yeah, and just look at the crowd on the south side. Every team is just fighting for all these compounds. Big Nate now lopped in. Yummy almost got the best out of YOODO Alliance, and Boom is already stacked up to 5, and that will just crush the hopes and dreams of YOODO Alliance. But nevertheless, when you take a look at YOODO Alliance, they have already secured 103 points, absolutely qualified for the Super Sunday round.
Now Boom, they want to solidify their Super Sunday slot There's gonna be 5 by Pombit alone out of 6 eliminations. 1 by Yummy May. Pombit being eliminated, and he's trying to take as much as he can before he went down just now. But Zerja's also the other team that has been quiet for quite some time. Spotted out GEEK Fam, who's busy fighting against BTR on across the other side, and Boom to deal with at the same time. And we talked about YOODO Alliance across the side of corner as well. So Zerja, they're taking this very slow, but they have to be extra careful. There's another team right on their right side.
Yeah, this whole section of play is such a difficult task for them to just look for those clean openings to secure those numbers. Sonics, despite being knocked, still going to take a while. And the longer they wait, BTR, well, it might just be cleaned out there by the side of Boom. Yummy, playing very, very cautiously. He knows that Zuxi's watching this corner of the container. And he does have those grenades to prime in.
Feels like he will drop a big one on top of Yummy May. He got the angles there, there you go. But kind of difficult. But here comes Lapa. Straight in the face, man. Straight in the face, forcing Yummy May out. And that's going to be left, right, center. But they do have a bit of trade. But unfortunately, Boom couldn't last long enough, leaving with only 1 member left. I don't know where that one last member is, quite in the center too. He's going to play for survival game. But GEEK Fam, they're very close against BTR. It's going to be 3 teams might bump into each other in a very few moments. And we do have Infinity across the other side, but Infinity a bit busy with something else. Zerja's, BTR, and GEEK Fam.
Yeah, GEEK Fam somehow is lurking around the corner, damn root managing to go in to restock from the boxes of YOODO Alliance. BTR, so far, have not stopped on their rampaging run, and we might even see BTR top of this Group A versus B fixture here in this group stage, because they're still alive and kicking. 5 elimination points. If they have just about 10 more, they could easily overtake YOODO Alliance. So far, for the side of XERXIA, they're on that far south, being cornered up, and there's no way to go for Megamind.
Need to get up from that car. The moment they reposition themselves is a clear view for MORPH. They need to stay back in the crate, but unfortunately, GEEK Fam, that's going to be the score. They're starting off tomorrow for the last chance stage, but we do have the circle to pop for the next one. If it favors TODAK, it kind of do. But right now, the southern side is just too much, too crowded for teams to take all the same place for themselves. There's not going to be enough place for all teams.
Yeah, the south side is just packed with all these players, and BTR, they're hoping to reap whatever they could just sow. Nate's now primed in, looking for Megamind. Zuxi, he's got the perfect vision on these heals, but these creases are not allowing him to shoot through members of the side of XERXIA as they are playing through the spine of that. Big nade dropped in as they drive towards the nade. Satar holding by the edges there. They dropped in the Molotov, trying to unfold what's about to happen here. Big nade coming from Zuxi from the top. And now BTR is cornering the rest of XERXIA.
Oh, Megamind, Blue Zone hitting him as well. Here comes Lapar finishing off, and it's going to be a done deal, but down to only Erangel and Lobby X. And Genforce trying to give them some pressure. That's going to be boxing out. Lapar's just doing all the cleaning up from behind. Well, XERXIA were forced to actually fight back. They finally got one RNG and style. No way!
Wow!
No way!
They eliminated BTR! That was a fight that was absolutely winnable for BTR. They botched it. They full sent it, and it's RNJ. Not only did he dodge the vehicle, he just snaps 180. He gets the trade done, and now the Thai team looks to push as far as they can, but there's still 12 more teams remaining. Oh, choo-choo.
What a swing, man. That was a big swing. But this one will constitute another clutch against PEA. He did it before 1v3. But can he hold 2 different angles? Here comes the jump shot. And it's going to be Kiddo. Finish off Conti. Couldn't actually do the same clutch. But we do have another team. TODAK versus MORPH. Now, TODAK, they need all the points they can get to solidify the position, because 7-9 is still alive.
7-9, they've been playing very defensively, and this time it is the push coming from MORPH that overwhelms the rest of TODAK, but clearly holding them down. But the flanks coming in. Flippy from the top end of the hill. Cleon, can he deal with him? Yes, he will with the help of Lings. And now, shots from the back, connects. Hazel, hoping to look for another one. And he brings it down low. TODAK is still alive.
Reset now because we do have the Xaviers on the way to the side of TODAK. They don't have that much time anymore. Time's ticking. And he's still got a lot of things to do for Lynx. 2 members to pick up. And here comes the Xaviers. They're just going to leave Iftar bleeding out from the outside. Oh, sorry, Iftar. We're going to close the door. We just pretend we didn't see you bleeding out there. No way to save you, man. But XERXIA will be the one that biting anybody else from the back. But unfortunately lost another man, leaving only RNJ, who clutched just now.
Oh, that was an interesting situation. Like, they know somebody's coming, immediately shuts the door. Like, the door's not gonna hold true. It's either you pick somebody up or at least carry them into safety.
No time for that. No time for that, bro.
Yeah, every man for himself. But here goes FaZe Clan versus Infinity, the classic Thai matchup between the top Thai teams. Melee is gonna go in for deep repositioning. And I think that eventually Sem9 could just move in from that area because they have to reposition either ways. Any further down, it's going to be VOIN Donkey, but TODAK, now they will meet up not only just with DX, but also with a member of Boom that's pushing their way.
Ooh.
That is it.
Parajin! Oh my god, that was a perfect hand grenade. Iftar now down to one last play. Well, Karma hits you back, Iftar. But never mind, he actually got himself a bit more longer survivor than the rest of the team that tried to shut the door in front of his face just now. Lynx, this is Karma, but Parajin, what a play here today.
What a play it has been for the course of the entire day as well. He's got himself that MVP title, and now he's looking to do it again. Oh, now we're only down to 5 teams. DX, they will have to cross back into the highway or the south. Sem9, they're still in the picture. It's going to be 79 points from TODAK. So, what Sem9 needs now is 13 elimination points. 10 more to go, or maybe even find even more by ending as the chicken dinner winners. But it is so tough out there to... It really feels like it's anyone's game.
Still doable. They just need to keep the boat afloat. That's it. For Sem9, it's all about survival game, and then probably when it comes to top 2 or top 3, they can actually show their faces. But the problem is they don't know where the circle will land for the next one. That's the bigger question. If they can play along the circle, it's going to be their game to take. But FaZe Clan shut down on Infinity, only left with Tiger. But Low, you open fire. We talked about them should be quiet, but it's going to be the contrast that they won't actually do. They're contradicting what we expect them to be, but they can shut down on FaZe. Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
They're really closing in. Onsens is spotted him out. Oh, that could have been a really good angle for Louis to work with, but it's gonna be the shots coming from Deb. He tries to dash it off, but he gets taken down instead. 30K turn the tides around. 2 versus 1, and Sem9 is only left with 1 member standing in the way. Luyu can still be picked up, but is there enough time? 30 seconds? Yes, they will.
He definitely have to. It's a must. They're down to 2 players with these Aves having a 3. It's 100%. Sem9 have to score chicken to make it through the Super Sunday, but VOIN, Zeta on the other hand is... The bunkers won't hold as long, despite he got himself the center, but it's just too low for the ground for him. And look at how the toss of these Aves easily shuts him down. That's it. There's a done deal. These Xavier scores another. But back to it, Sem9. Can they come back? They managed to reset, though.
Yeah, and now, even if they do, they have to deal with the rest of the X. Parajin is on an impeccable form. Now, the rest of the Infinity, they're just waiting for the dust to settle. They are taking the high ground as an advantage. But at this position for DX, I feel like DX has got more grounds covered than not. And I don't think that there's much that they could do about Luyu. He can try, but they gotta look out for Turney K and Tiger.
Now, Turney K definitely knows the position, but the rest of these Xaviers don't. Now, if Infinity being forced to fight against these Xaviers, that might be the chance for the chicken dinner coming up from the side of Sem9, but it's gonna be a 2v3. We're talking about these Xaviers got themselves those elevations. Infinity is too close. Now, TODAK is just focusing on Sam9. The other one player is going to be just focusing on the rest of these Avis. 3 of them coming into TIGERX. TODAK definitely have to go for the help. But these Avis, they do have those elevations. I feel like there's going to be another chicken for them.
It's very likely to be DX's game to take here, with them controlling the center of the circle as well if it shrinks all the way in on stage 9. Because stage 9, it's already approaching.
Oh,
Sam9 naded down from above. And this is not going to be easy at all. They got to run out of that area.
They're trying to. Well, Dizave is also spotted out Sam9. And the worst case scenario, they're also too close towards the Blues. And you. Oh, they cannot afford to go down by the Blue. They have to at least put up a fight. But the hike is just rough.
It's so difficult. And at the same time, they can't step towards the left because Shadows is watching. And here comes the nade onto Turney. This is going to be a goal sign for the side of Kenny S to push through because he's trying to avoid those grenades. And Turney K, will he actually go for a jump shot? Oh, this could be a point for Sam9. And yes, it will be.
Oh, but
can they
it's
push
so
through?
slippery. It's so slippery. It feels impossible for them to hike up indefinitely. But TIGERX is just going to keep it low. Shadow's just next to him. They can change the tide here. And it will be... Oh, Shadow's built out. Infinity TODAK being finished off down to TIGERX. It's going to be TIGERX going down for Sam9. Down to 1 player. These Avis, they were trying to secure the chicken. It's down to low to make the work. But it's possible these Avis scores another chicken. But where do Sam9 lie? Will it be enough or not?
We'll have to look at the standings right after this, but this is going to be another dominating performance coming from the Savior. Their second chicken dinner of this Friday run in the PMSL, as they will advance to your Sunday's Super Sunday.
There's only one more Sunday left. And the next Sunday is going to be Grand Finals.
I was trying to recover.
It's gonna be. I'm sorry, I wouldn't let you do that, just because I can. But speaking of which, Dizave is what a day here when it comes to first map. Sanok close enough, got second runner-up or second place, and then they score almost a chicken once more. They actually botched the first 2 chickens, and the biggest botch was actually the first Erangel. But after that, they secured the 3rd time's the charm, and then it keeps on going for the X, just dropping 1 map, which was the previous Miramar. They didn't score so well, but this time they're coming back again.
Yeah, to me, this is the most consistent team that we've seen so far throughout the course of this group. And Shadows was doing a lot of damage, sure, but I think that Paragen has been so on point with those grenades this round. And even on those previous rounds, they've been looking so great overall. So the Savior, they have got this full roster running on pretty much high gear the whole course of the day.
And also they have to thank Paragen. Paragen actually clutched one scenario where they almost got obliterated by a different team just now, early on. You remember that one, right? If he actually did not clutch that one, it's going to be a different team entirely sitting on the chicken dinner when it comes to the last map here of the day. But regardless of that, we're going to watch the highlight for a bit and start calculating will it be enough for Sam9 or not.
And of course, that concludes all of the matches for today as the Saber wraps up the final map with that perfect 20-pointer run. And Sem9, they've gotten 11 points. But does that add perfectly to the tally to push TODAK down? Because TODAK in this round itself has gotten 7 elimination points. So we'll definitely have to calculate on that. Meanwhile, W3D3, PMSL Esports, and BTR, they got that perfect 8 for them to add onto the block. For some of them, the run into qualifying for Super Sunday is kind of done and dusted. But for those that have qualified, congratulations.
Definitely Sem9 did not qualify, but I wouldn't worry so much for them because they're going to have a good start when it comes to the last chance stage. That's going to be the first, not really the first time. They got themselves a previous one's Super Sun last chance stage as well. But Roy, unfortunately, I think they completely gave up at this point. But congratulations to the top 8, TODAK. Congratulations to TODAK. It's going to be their first ever Super Sunday.
Yes, and finally, TODAK will get to score some points in order to see if they have any chance at all to move into the grand finals. Let's see what happens on Sunday later on, but for those that are from 9th position all the way down to the bottom, tomorrow is the day to fight for another final 8 slots.
I wouldn't worry for the teams that actually place themselves 9 to 12 plays because they definitely will have a great start. But coming up from the second page down to probably PIGMY and Roy. Now, these are going to be the 2 teams that never touched a Super Sunday before. Except for PIGMY, of course. And Roy never have a taste of Super Sunday yet.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a difficult run for them, but these are your teams that will be moving directly to our Sunday run. Of course, congratulations to Alter Ego, the Savior, YOODO Alliance, TALON Esports, BIGETRON Red Villains, Vampire Esports, Boom, and last but definitely not least, TODAK from Malaysia.
The Xaviers might be joined by Team Flash based on the overall, but this is going to be the last chance teams that will participate in tomorrow's match, which we do have a huge number starting off for Sem9, despite they're just 3 points away from getting into the last the Super Sunday straight away, but they have to grind another day here. But at least they wouldn't have to worry too much because of the points they actually gained by end of today. But the other teams on the other hand have to work a lot. But we're done for the maps for today. We're going to toss it back to our lovely host, Miss Bo.
Hi everyone, I'm here with Sam from TODAK. Say hi to your fans.
Hello.
Hello. This is the first time your team has made it to Super Sunday. What preparation will you do tomorrow to perform at your best?
Okay, ni untuk pertama kalinya TODAK melayakkan diri ke Super Sunday. Apakah preparation yang TODAK akan buat untuk make sure korang perform better dekat Super Sunday nanti?
Untuk better dekat Super Sunday, kita orang belajar daripada kesilapan banyak sebab mistake kita orang banyak, so banyak belajar daripada situ.
I think for us to perform at very best in Super Sunday, we of course gonna fix our mistake. We're gonna learn from our mistake because for these 2 days we did a lot of mistakes, so we need to fix that in order to perform in Super Sunday.
Okay. Which 3 teams in the league do you hope will advance to the grand final stage?
Okay, sebutkan 3 team yang daripada league stage ni yang tak nak dorang lepas ke grand final.
Saya nak tim-tim Malaysia ada dekat grand final lah. Semua tim Malaysia kalau boleh.
Of course, I want a team from Malaysia that qualify to the grand final because it's my country, yeah.
Okay, maybe your team like 4th winner chicken dinner tomorrow and go to the grand final?
So mungkin korang boleh dapatkan 4 winner chicken dinner esok and lepas tu layak ke grand final?
Boleh, insyaAllah boleh.
Yeah, I think we can do it.
Yes, hopefully. Any words to other teams that still have to play the last chance tomorrow?
Okay, sedikit kata-kata semangat lah untuk tim-tim yang bermain di last chance besok.
Untuk tim-tim yang main dekat last chance, semangat terutama tim-tim Malaysia. Semoga semua lepas ke Super Sunday.
To all the teams that gonna play in Super Sunday, I wish you guys all the best, especially for Malaysian team. I hope all of you can qualify to the Super Sunday.
Okay. Hope Malaysia team go to Super Sunday. Thank you for the interview and thank you for today. Let's see you tomorrow for more action. And now let's go to the caster for a last chance. Oh, sorry, for a last talk.
Thank you very much, Vo. And of course, that was TODAK on their first entry to our Super Sunday. Congratulations to them. We heard it from Tam. He wants to see all the rest of the Malaysian team step up. So good luck to them for tomorrow's run and the last chance qualifications. And of course, Choo, it's been a wild ride. I think tomorrow is going to be a really difficult day because when we look at the points tally, a lot of teams in the middle of the pack, they are very close to each other.
I wouldn't worry too much about the teams that might actually get into Super Sunday. I feel more... I don't know how to feel about these teams right now. YOODO O2, GEEK Fam, Roy, Cree VIP, and Team Secret never have a touch of Super Sunday yet. The rest of them at least have once or twice in the Super Sunday before. And speaking of which, we did mention early on, VOIN Donkey pretty much at the brink of it because they only got themselves once in week number 1. They didn't actually get into the last Super Sunday, and this is going to be their final chance to get into the Super Sunday. Just move up from the 16th place because it's going to be the Super Sunday points that will determine the place whether they get into the grand finals or not.
That's right. And of course, with that said, then we would like to thank all of you guys who have been joining us for the entire course of run. So we'll welcome you to the weekend as well. Same time, same place, as we will see you guys again. This is Contra here alongside with Choo, as I would like to thank you guys once more. Choo, any last words before we wrap up?
Just wave it. Just wave it and it's done. Bye.
Good night.